Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Tales of Grace's F with Chaos Counseling. Hold on, I'm gonna turn up the game volume a hair since it's a little low. Okay. Yeah, that sounds better. Yeah. Last time we well and truly kicked off the F arc, and yeah, Sophie is not in a good place. She is truly lost and depressed about the fact that she is immortal and everyone else is not. So, as she is going through just the confusion of it's like, why? Of just why? If everyone I love is going to outlive, if I'm going to outlive everyone I love and die, what's the point? So, because of that, Sherry and Pascal stayed behind to comfort Sophie while Hubert and then the rest of the cast had to go to Strata because the president needs a report on the situation ASAP. Also, we did find out last time Hubert is in love with Pascal. And he's just too embarrassed to talk about it, and Pascal's kind of thick. All right, Malik.
This is starting to get out of hand.
All right, Malik, it's time to bust out your sagely advice.
I couldn't do anything for her. I didn't know what to say.
Few people would. It's a difficult problem with no one simple solution.
You could even argue, given Sophie's unique existence, there is no solution. At least not, well...
Right now, you need to attend to business. You can make time for Sophie later.
I mean, he has a point. The world is potentially going to be destroyed again.
You're right. Of course.
It's like, yeah, no, I take it back.
Hubert, will we see the president soon?
Yeah, Malik's right. There isn't a simple solution since Sophie wants to be human, but there really is no way to achieve that. So what is the solution?
Hubert.
Oh, yes, of course.
Worried about the president's daughter, are you?
Captain!
Wait, what?
They really make... okay, as funny as this arc is, Asbel does get a hair stupider for the sake of oblivious comedy. I mean, I think the comedy's fine, but I will say I think Asbel's a little dumber in this part of the game than he was in the main part.
It's nothing, it's just a little marriage proposal.
I never thought I'd hear the words Hubert and marriage in the same conversation.
You know, I'm pretty sure that Pascal and Richard said that. Or not Pascal,
You're
Sherry
one
and
to
Richard
talk.
said that in early.
Mother had plenty to say about you in her letters, you know.
Don't you two have anything better to do than discuss my personal life?
Don't look at me. Your marriage is all she can think about anymore.
Yeah.
It is a sign of great trust for the president to offer you his daughter's hand.
I know, and that's what makes it so awkward. If you hadn't sent that request for aid, I don't know what I'd be doing now.
If you're this worried, Hubert, maybe we shouldn't go on.
I'm not worried, it's just I don't know how to approach the president, because I have no intention of accepting the proposal.
The president is reasonable. If you speak with him, man to man, I'm sure he'll understand.
Yeah, and I mean, because quite frankly, the president was very reasonable from what we saw him in the base game, and yeah. Quite frankly, you're not solving anything by avoiding it.
So, how is your foster father doing these days, Hubert?
Well, he spent quite a bit of time moping around the house.
Sounds about right.
Was he sick?
No, it's from when the president discovered his plan to take over Lant. You can imagine the repercussions he had to face as a direct result.
No kidding.
I won't lie, those were tough times. But now my father and the president seem to be getting along far better than they were before.
That's impressive. Because that was a ridiculously serious thing he tried to do.
All the talk about you marrying the president's daughter stems from that?
Well,
Yes, that may be the
I mean, that
case.
did prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that Hubert's loyalty was to Strata, not strictly his family.
Regardless, treasure the time you have left with your father. You don't know how long his health will hold, and I'm sure he still has things to teach you.
Okay, I will admit, I probably did an oopsie by not doing the Oswald secret treasury side quest before we beat the game. I just kind of wanted to get on with things. Because unfortunately, to my understanding, because I actually didn't know about that side quest until I was looking it up for this stream, that probably would have been what went out of its way to try to show that his foster father's not just an evil political opportunist, you know? But I didn't do that, so that's my bad.
There isn't much I care to hear from that particular father.
The more I see of men like you, the less I want a son of my own.
Does that mean you want a daughter, Captain Malik?
Well, I suppose I wouldn't mind an adorable little girl.
Adorable, sure. Until she grows up and calls you a pig and tells you to stay out of her life forever.
You're oddly... Okay, we've seen a little bit of your foster family, Hubert, but just... How much drama did you see growing up here in Strata?
Hubert, does it bring you joy to crush my dreams?
Apparently.
Oh, please, Captain. I'm only being realistic.
And sadistic.
Whether he's right or not, I do have things to report. I suppose a quick family visit wouldn't hurt?
Probably not. That's what I was thinking of doing before we were... Hold on. Let's actually... I want to swing by the Oswald estate first. Just in the off chance talking to the president. You know, trigger scripts, that means I can't, but if not, we're basically going to just check it twice. If we don't get a scene here, we'll check the second time. Okay, here we go.
Welcome back, Hubert. How are things progressing?
We have obstacles, but none that cannot be overcome.
Good, good. But now we have another matter to discuss. I'm currently in talks to re-establish myself as a player in Strata's political machine.
Oh boy.
The President and I had our differences, yes, but that's all behind us now.
Yeah, that's one way to describe what happened.
I am counting on you, Hubert. Do not fail me.
It's a lot of
talking
pressure to
about
put
marriage,
on
isn't he?
your adopted son.
I fear he will be disappointed. I have no interest in marrying the President's daughter.
Then you'd best refuse him quickly.
I don't get it, Hubert. Why are you so against the idea?
Okay, you were there when they were talking about his feelings for Pascal Asbel, you know.
I'm sure he has a reason. In situations such as these, you must be both clear and firm. To do anything else would invite disaster.
I am aware of that, Captain. It's just...
I understand. It must be hard to have a true love who is so... well, you know.
Okay, come on, Asbel, you were there. You were there. They mentioned his affection for Pascal in front of you, you dipstick.
True love? What are you talking about?
And you even kind of admitted you had feelings for Pascal. Don't act like that cutscene didn't happen.
Oh, come now. There's no point in denying it.
I agree, because you've already admitted it.
We all know, after all.
Yeah, except for Asbel, because he was made extra
I'm
stupid.
really confused right now.
God damn it, Asbel. Okay, this isn't as bad as Tales Symphonia 2's character assassination, but they really murdered Asbel's, I don't know, maybe Lambda's eating his perception or something like that.
Don't worry about it, Asbel.
But if you want to refuse the president, you're going to need a good reason.
Hubert is still young. Perhaps he can claim he's not ready for the responsibility of a family.
Then that'll be awkward when he turns around and marries
Yes,
someone else.
but married life changes reality for everyone. I don't see why that would be any different for me.
What if you said you didn't want to marry until your military position was more secure?
I'm already a lieutenant.
Titles are meaningless.
Yeah, I mean, titles can be kind of transient, yeah.
If I wished it, I could have thousands of troops at my command.
All right, fine. Then tell him ladies at every port of call have fallen for your good looks.
That is such a bad idea, Captain!
That's a terrible idea. I want to avoid a marriage, not lose the respect of the people.
Touche, Hubert, touche.
I'm starting to think you don't want to avoid this marriage at all.
Okay,
Well,
I can appreciate
not with
that.
these awful ideas, I don't.
That's what Malik's trying to do, Hubert. He's trying to make you realize admitting your feelings to the president and to yourself is probably the only good solution out of this situation.
Oh, this is madness. Just tell him you're in love with someone else already.
Testify,
And if
Richard.
people ask who it is?
Then tell them her name.
Oh, yes, a splendid idea. And who would honestly believe I carried a torch for her?
Well, maybe if you stopped being so, okay, it is the guy cliche of doing everything they can to convince everyone they don't like the girl.
I think you just admitted it.
Now see here! Holy crap!
I
Oh my
think your
God.
brother has finally figured it out.
Hubert's in love with... Enough! We are done talking about this.
I believe Asbel thinks he's in love with Sharia.
Now then,
If I remember correctly, there's a skit
I
we
have
can get
no
after
plans
this.
to marry the president's daughter.
If she'd even have you.
After
Oh,
all,
snap.
I have little interest in the political ambitions of my father.
And the father overheard that, probably.
If I am to support this country in the future, I must maintain my connection to the common people. Just as I know she will.
Sorry, just double checking. Okay. Hey, Mr. President. Yeah, President, I don't
Mr.
hate.
President,
Hubert, Lord Asbel. My goodness, King Richard.
what's going on? Did something happen?
We've received word that the Valkanus is under attack.
Of course
Damn.
it is.
I didn't think the monsters would get here so quickly.
Do you know something?
We can explain everything later. Right now, we need your permission to attack these creatures.
King Richard, I couldn't possibly ask that of you.
Sure you can.
Please, I insist. My kingdom owes a great debt to the courage of Strata.
Yeah, you're
I
not
would
wrong.
do anything in my power to help you.
Additionally, sir, I fear our soldiers will be no match for these monsters.
However, we have recently acquired the power to combat them.
Very well. If things are as you say, I will leave these beasts in your capable hands.
Thank you, Mr. President. We won't disappoint you.
I mean, Asbel won't disappoint you, since Asbel's the one who Lambda's lending his power to. The rest of us are just probably going to flounder around like a chicken with their head cut off, or a fish out of water, or whatever apt metaphor we wish to use in this particular situation. That's a treasure chest. Thought so. I kept, at least I'm 99% sure I kept those up this time. Yeah, I know that you're supposed to be able to find... Huh, interesting. You're supposed to be able to find clues to these chests just in the area, but I'm fucking lazy. That guy just got punched in the... Oh, wow, okay. Death. Lots and lots of death.
Damn!
Okay, seriously, why aren't the female military wearing pants? I get that they're mages in this case, but I'm
Come
not
on,
going to...
let's lend a hand.
And an eyeball, since that's where Lambda appears to be living. Oh wait, these are Nova monsters. These aren't even the new ones from Foda. These ones are left over from Lambda.
bid you good day.
Good one, Richard. I mean, yeah, we all technically helped, but you got the killing blow, so I'm going to say good one, Richard.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Oh, excuse me.
Assemble the remaining soldiers and hold this point at all costs.
Yes, sir.
We need to do something about the monsters in these ruins as expediently as possible.
Doing so will earn you further accolades and raise your stock. Soon the president will beg to have you as his son-in-law.
Malik, I think you're projecting on the fact that the love of your life died and you never were able to get married.
Please, that's enough. It is not the sort of decision one should be coerced into making.
I agree.
She's right.
But it's a truth of marriage. The higher you rise, the less your own opinions matter.
Also
You too,
true.
Richard?
Oh, yes. An endless stream of Windor nobility keeps pestering me about their eligible daughters.
I envy your array of options, Your Majesty.
Do you now? I've heard talk that you have a beautiful girl waiting at every port in the land.
Yeah, it's rough. Girls keep telling themselves and everyone else that they're my lover.
Interesting. Might you have done something to give them that impression?
That is a good
Not
question.
that I can remember.
Come on, guys. This is crazy. I don't want to select a wife like I'm shopping from a catalog.
Good philosophy, Asbel. Women are people, and well, partners. Well, I mean, it's just that they're called partners for a reason. They're someone that you want, that you actually genuinely want to be with you for the rest of your life. Yeah, here are the monsters. Like, yeah, you can tell just by their coloration. These are clearly the... Huh. I was not expecting this to reset. Wait, what? That's what I thought. Okay, I pulled too far away. That was the problem. Huh. I was really... This is kind of selective about what's gotten reset and what hasn't, you know? I don't know, it's like, I don't necessarily... I know I shouldn't be ignoring all the fights, because that kind of bit me in the butt with the zone cage, but just by the same token, this is the same dungeon we've already done, you know? And again, even though the combat is fun, it's not exactly the most varied in the world, at least visually, if you know what I mean. Especially now that I have my B arts, like I have the 4 B arts that I like using, so I don't really feel so inclined to experiment more. Because again, I like the 4 that I have set. Good, Malik learned Excel. From my understanding, that means he should be able to use like the gauge that Asbel got when Lambda awoke, or the meter, or the boosted mode, whatever you want to call it. The Excel mode.
Must you inconvenience us so?
Oh no! The frame has gone orange and we're in trouble.
I'll give you everything I've got. And this, and some of these. Expiation!
Better, but you've still got a ways to go.
There, you see, Hubert?
He's talking to you.
That was directed at the both of you.
Okay, I don't know if Hubert actually said explanation, but I kind of like to imagine that right now Hubert is just so annoyed with like everyone and everything because of this whole marriage stuff that he's just like, take some of this and some of this. Now explain yourself. Explain! Oh. I must have missed that discovery when I first came through here. Okay. I feel the range of being able to walk away from this puzzle needed to be extended by another square. Just give me some leeway, you know? Oh. So that's a Sophie weapon, obviously, but I am pretty damn sure that is that's a reference to Tales of Hearts, since that gauntlet kind of looks like the, okay, that's just freaking called Fandom's Light. But yeah, that looks just like the emotional spirit nexus from the Tales of Hearts games.
Hmm? Did we get carried away?
That was... Oh, right. I totally forgot about that little detail. Mostly because since we had the whole start the game with all the costumes, like the swimsuit costumes, I forgot we technically had to do that to get that. Also, I'm surprised that it carries over into this part of the game, because I remember... Well, then again, I think it was more I just couldn't start the swimsuit side quest in this arc of the game. Because I remember when I first played through it, I missed getting the swimsuits. So I had to, like, play through the main story a second time. So yeah, I'm guessing that's probably what it is.
It seems we don't have enough healers right now.
Am I inadequate?
It certainly isn't his fault.
We'll just have to protect Hubert. Thank you for the passive-aggressive insult.
I don't think it was a passive-aggressive insult. I think it really just... It's just kind of a fact that without Sharia... I mean, Sharia is the game's main healer. I mean, don't get me wrong, Hubert. You're probably... Well, you're probably tied as second best healer. Because Healing Wind, I think, is a hair more useful than Sophie's healer ability. But Sophie's the only other one besides Sharia who does have a revive ability. So I think while you're better at healing, Sophie arguably has a slightly better recovery ability, you know? Okay, I'm not gonna lie, for a second I could have sworn I heard the sound effect from Super Smash Bros. That plays when you hit someone with the home run bat. I mean, I know that's like a generic stock sound, but still. At least I'm pretty sure that's just a generic stock sound effect, but still.
This won't take long.
Oh no, the bad guys are going Super Saiyan again. You know, I would kill for a Xenoverse 3. If for no other reason than it would just be fun. That'd be another game that'd just be fun to play again as Edgelord. Yeah, I know a lot of people said that Xenoverse 2 wasn't different enough from Xenoverse 1, so what was the point? I'm like, yeah, that's true, but Xenoverse was already such a fun game to play in the first place, combined with the fact that, but it was already so much fun to play in the first place, combined with the fact that, you know, it had customizable protagonists or whatever. Oh, new Mystic Art for Hubert. Okay, I want you to get the Excel, though. I'm assuming once I unlock that, however I unlock that, that's how Asbel will get his new Mystic Art that he has with Lambda. Oh, wait. I was about to say, yay, another thing that only the women can use. I'm like, wait, no, the cloaks are Richard's personal equipment. I do love that a lot of the cloaks I've been getting are named after the summon spirits that appear in most of the games, except this one, it seems.
I'm sensing something strange. The monsters we seek may be nearby.
Yeah, the monsters have been all around us.
And
but
with this, your stock will rise, the president will beg to have you as his son-in-law, and...
Again with this? Your lips are much too loose, Captain. What sort of soldier openly discusses his comrades' personal affairs?
you know, in my understanding, it's pretty common.
Well, usually my lips are sealed, but when it's information we all share already, that's a different story.
I mean, that's fair, but I'm also just pointing out you really want to talk. This is a topic that you really want to talk about, Captain.
My affairs are not common gossip.
Now that you mention it, I'm pretty sure the captain spilled one of my secrets once.
Whatever are we to do with you, Malik? We shall have to find a punishment that fits your crime. Perhaps I should read aloud the contents of a certain love letter you wrote 20 years ago.
Oh, Sacre Bleu.
I don't know where you got that, but if you read it, I'll be forced to share humiliating stories from His Majesty's childhood.
You would threaten your king?
There's little difference between king and subject in a place like this.
Yes, well, let's put that aside and make for... Hey, stop! Listen to me!
Is this stupid and juvenile? Absolutely, but it's funny. This is funny.
Those new creatures are controlling the monsters Lambda left behind.
It appears Fourier was correct after all.
Let's do this. We will survive. Draw. Your fate is sealed. I failed everyone. Sorry about that.
Nope. You may be sorry, Asbel, but you still are lying down on the job. There is no forgiveness for that. Oh, Sacre Bleu. The captain is now lying down on the job. Get your ass up, Captain. Crap. That was still pretty funny, not gonna lie. Well, there we go, leaving Lambda to do everything again.
That's the last of them.
We need to find the source of these monsters before things get worse.
We kind of already know it's Foda.
Agreed. They're almost unmanageable as it is.
Like, again, at
Let's
this point,
return to the Amarcian Enclave and meet up with the girls.
we basically know at this point they're coming from Foda. That's barely a debate at this point.
Thanks, Richard.
You look exhausted. Are you sure it's safe to keep wielding Lambda's power like this?
I'm fine. I'm just not used to it. Besides, I know he's not trying to control me.
Did he say that?
No. I just trust that it's true.
I don't understand, Asbel. I would never have the strength to trust him after what he did.
It's not about strength, Richard. If anything, I have to believe in him because I'm weak. But I suppose some things can't be helped no matter how hard you believe. When we were kids, I believed we'd be together forever. And so did Sophie. That's not gonna happen. Not as long as we're all human.
Asbel.
We can hope and pray and believe all we want, but it doesn't change a damn thing. That's why I don't know what to say to her.
Again, it's a very real conundrum. Again, it is something I do really like about... Again, like I said, the comedy is played up a lot in this arc, and it's really damn funny. So I don't outright mind, but it does deserve to be called out a hair. Especially since, quite frankly, the personal stuff that does get tackled in this arc is really good. And it's a real question. And
A moment, please. I need to relay our report for the President.
any reason we all can't come with you for that? Oh, wait, you're just telling to these guys to relay it to the president.
So what's Foda like?
That's right. You haven't been there before. Well, it's sad, actually. It's withered and desolate, and everything's dead.
And that's where Lambda came from.
Yeah.
You are conflicted.
That's putting it mildly.
Can't hide anything from you, huh? You heard what Sophie said.
Protoss haste was designed to destroy me. That was the entire purpose for her existence. And now that purpose is gone, it's no wonder she's malfunctioning.
I mean, that's one way to describe it. I mean, given the situation, it's not an inaccurate description, even if it is kind of missing the spirit.
Without purpose, she's little more than an empty, soulless doll, doomed to be alone for all eternity.
Harsh, but yeah, I think Asbel does need some bluntness right now.
Tragic, really. Your human life is limited. How can you hope to save Protoss haste from her solitude?
Well,
I know, since you're probably going to live forever for Lambda, I should just ship you and Sophie. I don't know, it's a little unclear.
Your worries grow with each passing moment.
I'll admit, it's a little unclear if Lambda's immortal as well. I mean, I'm assuming he is, but that's once again, I don't fully know what Lambda even is.
Can you find an answer in the midst of such despair? I look forward to watching your fragile little mind scramble for an answer.
alone for all eternity.
Actually, fuck it. I'm just gonna do a quick Google search.
I remember how I felt when Dad died. If I hadn't recovered from that. I thought I'd lost everything. But then Sophie was there for me. It made me happy. It was like being part of a new family. A family.
Thanks for waiting. Let's be on our way.
Sorry, hold on. Yeah. Sorry, just... Yeah, no, unfortunately... Sorry, I did just a little quick reading. It's never outright stated what Lambda even is. Outside of, like, just quickly looked it up, and on the Tales wiki, it just says Lambda is an energy being that came from Foda or whatever. So, yeah, unfortunately, even... It does sound like it's very possible that even the game didn't fully...
The girls
Again,
are
due to, like,
waiting
this...
for us.
Oh, and I'm
Let's
pretty
hurry
sure this
back to
came
the
out of rush
Amarcian
production. They
Enclave.
didn't even have a full answer to that.
I wonder if Sophie's gonna be okay after this.
Asbel.
Richard, when someone dies, that's the end of their friendship, right?
Are you thinking about Sophie?
Yeah, what happens after we pass away? We would just end up becoming some distant memory for those left behind. If everything ends up disappearing in the end, what's the point of all this?
Existential
And where
dread.
would that leave Sophie? She would end up being all alone, without any of us to support her.
Asbel? Let's not worry about such things now. That day is far in the future.
Yeah, but it's... What's killing Sophie
You don't know
in the
that.
here and now?
We could die tomorrow, or even today.
Asbel, calm yourself. Even if that happened, all we can do is value the time we have with Sophie. That way, a part of us will remain in her heart after we're gone.
Do you really think so?
Yes, I truly do. Now come on, let's go see Sophie.
You know, this kind of reminds me a bit of Tiki from Tales, or not, Fire Emblem Awakening. Yes, I know she was in the original one, and she was in a couple one, but specifically, it kind of reminds me of Tiki from Fire Emblem Awakening. How she's, you know, she's immortal, but, you know, she always remembers Marth, cherishes Marth, loves Marth, but she finds life by finding new people to
Welcome back,
become
fellas.
attached to.
How are things in Strata?
We were able to dispatch the monsters there. However, more could appear at any moment. It's time for us to strike at the source.
Okay, then let's boogie off to Foda as soon as we can.
Yep.
Hey, Sophie. Look, I'm sorry. I wish I could promise to be with you forever, but it would just be a lie. I'll die before you, and there's no getting around it. But there's still plenty of time for us to deal with life together.
Together.
I've given this some thought, and if you want a family, I think we should give you one. From now on, your name will be Sophie Lant, and I'll be your father.
Sophie Lant.
From this moment forward, you and I are family.
So, you're adopting Sophie into the House of Lant?
I'll take care of her, just like my father took care of Hubert and me. Even now, his memory helps me in hard times. So I hope my memory can do the same for you. Although I have to admit, it feels a little weird being your parent. You used to be bigger than me, remember?
It's not weird, it's happy.
Well, if you're Asbel's daughter, I guess that makes you my niece.
So you're gonna be Uncle Little Bro. Now you just need to find Sophie a nice aunt.
What?
This gives us all the more reason to eliminate the monsters and secure our future.
Humanity's very existence is a crime.
Oh, you're one of those villains.
They can never promise forever. Do not trust their ambiguous words.
Who are you? Why did you say that? Sophie, which is better, this machine or that machine? The one on the right. Okay, but what about these two? Left.
What are you both up to?
I heard that everyone gave wedding presents to Fermat, so I figured I need to give her something too.
Hence you're tinkering with the machines?
Yep, I made a bunch of presents. This one's an automatic shoulder massager. That one's an automatic egg cracker. And this one's an automatic bread kneader.
I'll take the shoulder massager,
Those
please.
aren't very romantic presents for a newlywed.
Yeah, but they're practical.
Really? Oh man.
I mean, what do you want to get them? You know, an automatic, you know, best honeymoon nuptials machine? I mean, granted, I'm sure that might exist somewhere, but
Still, as long as you put your heart into it, I'm sure anything you had in mind would suffice.
Anything?
Yes. In fact, all you really need to do is show up and grace her with that radiant smile of yours.
oh, Hubert just complimented Pascal.
Let's go see Fermat. You can show her your radiant smile. All right, it's decided. Let's go right now so I can give her my biggest wah-ha-ha grin.
No, wait a moment. Not the blah-ha-ha-ha. Oh, too late. Well, then again, to have a chance to gaze upon even the worst of your smiles.
Sophie, want some of this?
Thank you. Sophie, are you cold? I'll get you a blanket. No, I'm okay.
Sophie, are you tired? It'll be a while before we reach Foda. You should try to get some rest.
Sophie's gonna punch everybody for...
It's okay. I'm not sleepy yet.
Sophie, if anything ever troubles you, please feel free to talk to me about it.
Thank you. Captain, Pascal, everyone is being overly nice to me.
Yeah.
I'll be nice to you too, Sophie. Give me a hug.
That's phrased better, at least.
Pascal, stop. Everyone, come here. Your fawning over Sophie is freaking her out. For heaven's sake, think about what you're doing.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Sophie. It's okay. It made me happy. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Malik.
We're done here. Disperse.
It's not like that, Captain. But I do get scared when everyone's nice. Because I know it will end one day.
Well, that just became very morbid. But yeah, no, this arc is very much with Sophie coming to terms with her future. Okay, I didn't think so, but... Wait, hold the phone. Is there more shot cube to be done? Just for now, anyway. Time to cheat. I accidentally typed Tales of Grace's F shit cube. Right. Like for the first couple, like for the first 9 stages, I found it super convenient, but I'm not finding it. All right. All right, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to leave you for a second because. Yeah, I never would have gotten that because I didn't realize you could, I didn't remember you could do these as, you could do them as, in things of 2. Oh shit. Hold the phone. I need to restart. I hit the wrong one. Okay. This one. Okay. Alright, okay. Alright, final challenge. It's like, yeah, I needed to shoot it, but I shot it in the wrong direction. Let's see, I think it was this one, right? Yeah. Here. All right, I'm back. I'm back watching the stream, so I can see. Yeah, I can see the chat log, so I can.
Oh, I forgot.
What is it, Asbel?
There's something I have to do back at Verona Castle. I need to file a report to Dallin.
You're going alone?
Don't worry. I won't run off by myself.
Good.
Now that you mention it, I left something behind at Verona Castle too.
Just bring everyone with you, you numbnuts.
Then you have to go back for it, right?
Oh, Sophie's already feeling abandonment.
Yes, perhaps I should. I wouldn't mind making a quick stop there.
Then it's settled. Let's get going.
Let's go.
In truth, what I left behind is too heavy to carry. What I left behind are memories.
Okay.
Good
Random.
work, Pascal.
Hardly felt like work at all. The rest of you should have given it a try too.
Yeah, but you're the one who had the stick that could shoot
I'm
the
not
things
good at
into
this
place.
at all. But Hubert's not bad. You called? I was just telling Pascal how good you are with puzzles.
Really?
They are indeed a specialty of mine. Shall I give you a demonstration with a game of Shot Cube?
I already cleared the whole thing.
Well, perhaps there's a similar puzzle elsewhere in town.
I don't think so.
Maybe in someone's home?
Nope.
Well, then what about a children's toy? Fine! I'll go make one myself!
He's always been a bit over-competitive.
And he was trying to get Pascal to invite him into her home. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. That since we got like that super hard since we got those end game by beating those optional side bosses, yeah, I didn't think there'd be much. Okay. Okay, I know we've only been going like maybe an hour, but I need to take a quick break. I'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Again, thank you for your patience. We are back. And let's, yeah. Remind me, where are we going again? I know we said we need to go to Foda, but... do we need to actually go somewhere to get to Foda? Or can we just, like, hop in the shuttle and go there? Like, I'm just gonna exit the Amarcian Enclave and see if it gives us a hair more direction. No.
Foda is just as lovely as you said it would be.
I can sense the sarcasm,
It looks
Richard.
bad now, but a long time ago it was teeming with life. What's that? Over there.
It's a new dungeon, probably.
Looks like flowers.
It's
Entry?
beautiful. It's her.
Oh dear, she's going Dragon Ball on her asses. Well, looks like we're not going home.
Brace yourselves! Pascal, is there anything we can do?
I sure wish there was!
Huh?
Look! It's Astu!
You know, at least crashing on Telesastu means that there's the, whatever they called the robots that can potentially fix
I thought
it.
we were total goners.
Is this really a city?
Supposedly it was once a truly splendid sight.
And now it's fallen to this. How sad.
There was a girl in the meadow. She was real, right?
I saw her with my own eyes.
Does that mean someone's still living here?
Even if that were the case, it's unnatural to see an area so full of life on a dead rock like this.
Plus, it was definitely not there when we were here before.
Was that a monster?
Look out!
It's herpes. I mean harpies. Ow. Hashtag blocked. And I've been hashtag murdered.
Sorry about that. We won't fail.
I mean, we almost did fail, but... no, let's just stick with we won't fail. That's way more optimistic. I like the design of these things. It's like they're technically over-designed, but because they're harpies, they
some
kind of remind me of
left.
peacocks. I know,
Looks
peacock
like
harpies
somebody
just sound
needs
kind of
to
cool.
take a broom to this place.
Yeah, okay. Just how rough the enemies are here. I think I should probably just have my preferred party combination.
Everyone stay on your game!
I know he's not, but it still sounds like Asbel saying your mom at some point during, like, his string of combos. I don't know if that's, like, one of the names of the arts he's doing, or if that's just, like, a battle cry that the voice actor's yelling. Skill, should be getting Excel soon. Sherry has got Excel. No, I want you to keep working on that one. Get Indignation. I don't think I technically needed to buy that since... But I'll buy it just for the sake of getting it out of the... Oh, I guess just like permanently there. That reminds me... Actually, no, it was just some... Wait, there's requests here? I did not remember there being quests here. You know, one thing I can kind of appreciate about the Tales games is while they are very similar and they will often have similar mechanics, each game does always have like something truly unique. Well, something most. I think at least starting with this one going forward. Actually, I think that's part of the reason why Vesperia, Abyss, and Symphonia, I judge like Abyss and Vesperia so harshly because they're the ones that are... Okay, I think I have to kill all the monsters. They're the ones that are the most similar to each other. The least amount of unique features between them. No, that's not to say they don't have unique features between them. Like, that would be unfair. Because I remember, like, one of the big features of Abyss was... it's like... There was, like, an execution gauge or something like that. But... I digress.
Been perfect if you hadn't botched the finish.
But, because, like, again, in Graces, there's cooking. Like, there's cooking in a lot of the Tales games. That's a good way of, like, restoring health in dungeons when you don't have access to the inns or, you know, you don't have too many gels to burn through, which admittedly I do, but that's beside the point. But this game, the cooking is done via the Elif Mixer. But the Elif Mixer is also how you activate those unique books that give you unique effects mid-combat. So, and plus you can use the Elif Mixer to just generate extra items, you know? Again, it's familiar, but it's different enough. I like it. That's just what I'm getting at. I like it. It does make sure that each Tales game does truly have something unique to offer.
I expect the best from everyone.
So it's not a simple case of, hey, I've already played one Tales game, I've played them all. All the monsters are currently dead.
Looks like that was the last of them.
What do we do now?
Let's start by investigating the city.
Agreed.
Okay.
Hey, can you fix our ship? Alright, get out the cocktails. I find it funny that we can rest here, but there's also a dedicated inn. You know, I can't help but wonder. So, again, I know that we in America never got the Wii version of this game, but we did get the Wii version of Tales Symphonia. We did get Tales Symphonia 2, which was also on the Wii. I wonder if, because again, this wasn't the case in Tales Symphonia 2, just to be clear, but I wonder if the Wii version of this game had motion controls in any way, shape, or form. I want to say that, like, on the map, once you get the shuttle, they may have used motion controls to, like, try to find points of interest on the map, because there were a few places on the map you had to, like, move your cursor over and, like, scan the area. That's how we got access to the beach resort. That's how we get access to the Oswald hidden treasury, which I didn't actually... Again, like, I found it, but I didn't actually do that particular side quest. I didn't have time. I was going to, but I just didn't have time to. Because I did legitimately try to do a number of side quests off stream, just for the sake of getting to the point, because a lot of them are just like, oh, go here. Bring person X, Y, and Z. Maybe, emphasis on the words maybe, there'll be something, some, you know, flavor dialogue. Like, there was one where it was like, hey, she was like a gem cutter or something. Yeah, she was like a gem cutter or something. She's like, I'm looking for, I want to, you know, become like a, again, I think it was a gem cutter. But she kept insisting on using these really old and kind of out of date tools, but she didn't want to get new ones just because they were gifts from Hubert. Okay, wait, what was the one I just got? Because it said XP Book of Enthusiasm. Okay, I'm blind as a bat, it seems.
Sigh.
What happened?
What's this?
That is a good question.
What was that?
I think the light was some of Fodra's Elith. But in that case...
The building on that map looks to be some kind of facility.
Elith Research Laboratory? Huh. I bet they were researching Fodra's core there.
Can you locate its position?
Yep. Let me just send the coordinates to the shuttle. Sweet! Now we can just zoom on over there.
If
Awesome.
monsters are in this city, I hate to think what it's like outside.
Sai, do you know what's happening at the lab right now?
Looks like we'll have to go there and find out.
Looks like it.
Pascal, can you find the meadow with the flowers? Well, that crazy lady blew us way off course. But yeah, I think I could find it again. I feel like I have to meet that girl.
What do you think?
I've been wondering about the meadow myself, but I think we should check out the lab first.
Does that work for you, Sophie?
Okay, good to know. But yeah, we're gonna go back and charge the Elith mixer first. Oh, wow. Looks like we're gonna... Oh.
What's wrong? What is it? I see.
You understand what he's saying?
Not really, no. Sai, do you want to come with us? Is that okay, Asbel?
Of course.
I wonder if Pascal could find a way to give Sai like an audio box or whatever. I admit I'm probably just using, you know, Transformers terms or other generic sci-fi terms, but it's very clear that after Emerald completely, you know, was a complete bitch pants, Sai, like Sophie, is now without purpose. Alright, I want that healing. Absorb. That's what I want. Okay. Let's go.
What happened here?
It's
Probably the
very
same thing that
different
happened
from the other
everywhere
places
else.
we've seen on Fodra.
I think it's kind of creepy.
No kidding.
I'm guessing it's been this way for at least a few hundred years.
Whatever happened took place the same time Fodra was dying.
Dying. Are you all right? What is it? I knew it. She's calling me.
Strange. I didn't hear anything.
I think we should wrap things up here as soon as we can.
Hey, what are you thinking about now, Pascal?
Well, I'm trying to figure out the language Sai uses. If we can understand each other, I'm kind of hoping we can be friends.
Fair enough.
Oh, but will it be easy becoming friends so quickly?
On Pascal's part, probably.
Sure. I mean, you and I are already buds, right?
Yeah, I mean, you still have a boundaries problem, but yeah.
Yes.
Are you getting jealous by any chance, Sophie?
Jealous?
Oh, right. Jealousy is when...
I know. Jealousy is what a crafty woman causes in order to get her hooks deeper into a man.
Oh my.
You've been talking to Captain Malik again.
Oh, I want to be a crafty woman.
Oh dear. Ah. Yeah, she's been talking to Captain Malik, but maybe you should to stop leaving Sophie with Captain Malik. It's kind of part of the reason why I personally always hated it when any one of the grandkids was left with Grandpa on my dad's side of the family, because quite frankly, I have nothing nice to say about that man and his worldviews. Because quite frankly, we usually walked away with a fuck ton of misinformation and a fair bit of racism.
I don't think we'll be able to proceed.
If only we could fix the elevation difference.
Check that machine gizmo over there. I think its switches correspond to the colors on the floor. If I mess around with it, I'm sure something will happen.
Something meaning what? Something good?
Oh, it should be fine.
You seem oddly calm about this.
I'm resigned to the fact that Pascal's messing around will bring us to some sort of painful finish.
Hubert, you want Pascal's messing around to bring you to a painful finish?
What? I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did.
Hey, maybe she's into that sort of thing. Who am I to judge, right?
I did not say that.
Got it eventually. Huh. That give me anything? What's the point of this room? Let's pick a fight. So my preferred party, since it has people share. I don't know. No, everyone does have Excel. Don't mind me, I'm full of shit. Oh my god. Okay, maybe cutting, maybe that. Are we even close to? We're not even close to killing any of these losers. I might have to take that extra experience thing off since it's cutting my. Fuck it. I don't think I killed a single one of these guys. Okay, we got one. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take that extra experience book off. You're getting creamed way too severely.
Things seem rough between Asbel and Sharia.
I know! It's like they've got sandpaper between them or something.
That's not it at all.
Just wanted to definitively 100% beyond any shadow of a doubt confirm there wasn't actually anything else going that way. Oh. Okay then. That's what the point of that was, I guess. Well, time wasteth, my name is me. Let's actually eat a rosemary and other things and the like.
I serve to protect.
Attribute class title. What exactly does that one? That's a very unique name for it, to say the very least.
Must you inconvenience us so?
Yes, they are bad guys. This is literally what they are paid to do. If they don't inconvenience us, then what is the point of their existence? Will you take the point of their existence away from them, Hubert? Would you render them without purpose, alone, especially as Sophie herself is desperate to try to find her own purpose and satisfaction in her existence? Will thou? I mean, if the answer is yes, I mean, we are going to kind of destroy them, so I guess that's kind of fair.
Prepare yourself. I'll give you everything I've got. Get this, and some of these. Expiation. Is this? Well,
Okay, it's
that's what's
explanation,
passable.
not explanation. I don't know. I prefer to think... I think it's funnier to think that Hubert's mansplaining these guys to death. I just got punched in the face. I was not actually actively trying to engage these guys in combat. You know, I'm still on the fence about what game I want to stream next. So I probably should get a poll going so you guys can help me with that. Just, I mean, heck, I'm on the fence about whether or not I should do if I should post the next edgelord poll yet or not. But again, for those who don't really know, what's kind of happening at the moment is Is that really as low as it goes? Is I know I want to interesting. Wait, what? Okay, so basically I am torn between streaming 3 things next. The first is another Tales game. The second is a Sonic game. And the third is, should I wait until I finish Dragon Age Origins as Edgelord so I can then stream Dragon Age 2. So that's where I am with that. And since I'm not 100% sure what I want to do, on the one hand, Dragon Age 2, well, the Dragon Age series in general is just one of the longest standing requested game franchises in the channel's history. And heck, I know streaming Dragon Age Origins was a very long time coming. But on the other hand, I don't outright want to oversaturate. Well, then again, by that logic, I shouldn't stream another Tales game next. Okay, so I guess if I do put it to a vote, it's going to just be a Sonic game or Dragon Age 2. That being said, full disclosure, I'm probably, at least for a while, gonna be rotating between Sonic games, Tales games, and Dragon Age games. I know I wanted to stream the Legacy of Kain remastered, and I still do. I think just the problem is, at the end of the day, I have too many games I do want to do for the channel. I just do not have enough time to do them all.
This looks like some kind of lab.
Not to mention, part of me does still want to stream Knights of Azure 2, despite that game being an offensive dumpster fire that a friend recommended I just ignore and not give the time of day, but I can't help it.
The data's all damaged, so it's kind of hard to tell. I think it's some kind of research log.
By the way, I should say, I did.
Apparent in Fodra's core. Further details are unfortunately unclear.
I finally bought. So I've never played Dark Souls because I always was told I'd hate it. But I bought Dark Souls Remastered just because I'm kind of curious. Because that, Code Vein, Bloodborne, all games I'm told, and Elden Ring, all games I know that I'm not very good at. But people kind of recommended could work for Edgelord, so I've got that to give a shot to see if that would be a good Edgelord game.
Will somehow provide us with the answers that we seek. In the meantime, we've asked Emerald for her assistance. We hope this leads to new developments in our quest for the truth.
I've also purchased Dragon's Dogma 2, because I always wanted to try the first Dragon's Dogma way back in the day. Just never did for one reason or another.
Our initial research team was completely annihilated. Survivors from the second team, however, managed to bring back samples for further study. Unfortunately, these survivors are in critical condition and are undergoing medical treatment. They aren't expected to live much longer. We must not let their sacrifices be in vain. We will begin researching the samples immediately.
So it's Lambda and Emerald again, is it?
Mm-hmm.
And something called the Little Queen.
Any idea what he's talking about?
Fodra's core produces Elith, which has an effect on creatures the core created. Nothing more.
Do you know something, Lambda?
I too was created by Fodra's core.
Yeah, but what are you specifically? That's where my confusion.
It is a trivial matter for me to observe the flow of the core's Elith.
Is it possible the core will affect you? Or Sophie?
Do you fear the evolution of my power? Are you afraid of losing control?
No, it's not that. I'm just worried that you and Sophie might be hurt.
Asbel, your eye. Are you okay?
Me? No, I'm fine. Are you okay?
I think so, but I feel strange. I'm not sure what it is, but it's like I felt it before.
It's called indigestion.
If everyone's ready, we have more exploring to do.
Let's see what we can find.
You know, I wonder. It's never. I mean, it has to have come up at some point, given that. Sorry, I need to swap. given the fact that it was like weeks or months in between, you know, first meeting Sophie and then learning that she was in fact a construct. But how does Sophie's digestive system work?
No two ways about it. I don't like this place at all. You hate this place? So what place do you like, Sharia? I like Launt, and I love that flower meadow on Launt Hill. And Asbel? Do you love Asbel? Asbel? That isn't really the kind of love I was talking about.
Which is fair.
Oh, because I love Asbel. Well, if you put it like that, then I guess I do too. Hooray! We both love Asbel. I also love crablets. Crablets? They're so delicious. Do you hate crablets? I don't hate crablets, no, but I wouldn't put them at the same level as Asbel.
I know I should probably be maybe annoyed that anytime this arc does start telling something serious, it always ends it with a joke. But the reason I don't mind it is outside of, again, Asbel kind of being made a little dumber than he was in the core game, the humor comes from the characters being just kind of genuine and... Wait, how do I get over there? It's just the characters being themselves, you know? So it still feels, shall we say, very natural for just them to behave that way, you know? Oh,
It's
dear.
strange how they can preserve records from 1,000 years ago in a machine like this. Truly impressive.
Sophie was born around the time these records were made, and she's been alive ever since.
Such a long time. It makes it easier to understand her desire to become human, and her desire to not be left behind.
I feel the opposite. Whenever age takes its toll on me, I yearn for the power to stop time.
Oh my gosh, I would love to be able to stop time.
So even you feel that way, Pascal?
Heck yeah! Whenever I get dirty, I think about stopping time so I won't get any dirtier. And I'd never
Yeah.
have to take a bath.
It's very on brand.
When you say things like that, your suitors may start to lose interest in you.
Suitors? What suitors?
What? Well,
Hey, Hubert, why don't you answer?
Me? Why do I? I mean, for me, see, that's not particularly a problem.
of course not. We all know you're...
Addicted to her aroma, right?
Ew.
No comment.
I never dreamed Emerald would be involved with all this.
Well, why not? Emerald is, I would argue, technically the main villain of this game.
If she were still alive, she might have been able to help us resolve the situation.
No, she probably would have tried to find a way to absorb whatever was causing the problem and try to prop herself up as a god again.
Hey, wait a minute. Sai doesn't know Emerald's dead, does he?
Emerald told him to take care of things while she was gone. He's probably been waiting for her the whole time. I thought he needed to know, so I told Sai what happened to Emerald.
Thanks, Sophie.
Sophie. I said she won't come back, and he won't see her again. He seemed to understand.
I wonder if he's capable of understanding death. Sophie's words are clear. She won't come back, and he won't see her again. Although that's not all there is to it.
No, that's not all. Death also brings an enduring feeling of loss.
Should we
that
really
takes
be
hold
talking
in the
about this
hearts
in
of
front of
those who
Sophie,
continue
given
to
her
live
current
on.
situation?
It makes me wonder if Sai's capable of such emotion.
I doubt it.
An enduring feeling of loss for those who remain. I wonder if that's what I'm starting to feel. This murky fog building up in my chest. It looks like this place is the control room. Let me try something. No, maybe.
Pascal, you just activated the self-destruct button, you idiot!
What is that?
It's completely different than Affinia's Lestalia.
It's like it's alive.
Actually, I wasn't that far off about the self-destruct button.
Something's wrong. Get back, quickly! Pascal! What's going on?
Overreact much, Hubert? You just really wanted to get your hands on her.
Everyone, look out!
Well, that thing looks interesting.
I've never seen anything like it.
I have to agree.
It's coming. Get ready.
That's a relatively new monster design. Wow. I got sucker punched in the soul. Stuck in place. I just realized. That indignation, that looks cool. Then again, any time indignation is in a Tales game, it always is one of the cooler looking spells. Excuse me. Get Hubert up before we win. Don't want to miss out on experience and SP and other potentially good stuff. And I don't know if that's a thing in this particular game, but I know it's a thing in some other Tales games. It's a thing in other RPGs, so I'd rather not risk it. Go down.
I can't say that I didn't see this coming.
Hell yeah, Hubert. Hell yeah. Got lots of new titles. Please tell me that gave me access to Asbel's new Mystic Art.
We did it.
Barely.
What was that?
I don't know, but one thing is quite clear. Something's wrong with Foda's core.
No
But
kidding.
with the device broken, I don't know if we'll find out more.
Pascal, any ideas? Oh, I know!
Why are you pawing at that humanoid?
I want to access any information it recorded while it was still functioning.
Your little queen sample is most appreciated.
Are you sure this will allow us to finally defeat Lambda?
Yes, it will be the final piece in Protos Hace's creation.
Sacre bleu!
Please don't be hasty with your investigations, Emerald. We don't even know what the Little Queen is. We mustn't jump to conclusions.
That's all that bitch did.
Well then, perhaps you would rather sit back and wait for Lambda's monsters to destroy us all.
Don't be ridiculous. Yeah, who wants that? Why do you think I decided to summon you in the first place?
A very wise decision it was on your behalf.
No one must know about the Little Queen situation.
Don't worry, I understand. Believe me, I promise you, the last thing I want to do is start frightening everyone.
Foda, tell me, what is it that you want?
What was all that?
Looks like it took place before Sophie was born. So the
Yeah.
Little Queen was actually that girl inside of the core?
Mm-hmm.
That appears to be the case.
But the question is, who is she?
Exactly. And why does she remind me so much of Sophie? I don't know her.
They flat out stated she was used in part of the creation of Sophie.
is
That's why
going
she looks
on?
like Sophie.
I
Math,
don't
people.
understand it.
Math!
Emerald said the data from the Little Queen would complete Protos haste.
Thank you, Malik. Have a cookie.
Protos Haste. That was my old name.
I'd say it was more of a title than a name, but yeah.
I think we better move this discussion outside.
Testify, Hubert.
Wait! I want to grab the data from that other humanoid!
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Pascal, hurry! Oh, no, now what?
Look at that. Is that her?
Who are you?
Wait! Please stop! We don't want to fight you! Asbel!
Stay back, Sharia!
Oh no! How did you...
Child of Foda,
Huh?
She can speak.
come to me.
Watch out, Sophie.
Watch out! Everyone move!
Pascal!
Almost there! And done!
Sophie! Come on, let's get out of here!
Well, that's just rude. Okay, is this because the building's exploding, or is this done by, you know, a little princess purple hair? I never agreed to partake in a bullet hell. I would like someone to review my contract, please. Motherfuck bucket.
Get on board!
If I mentioned that bullet hells are one of my least favorite genres of video game. Asbel, run towards the shuttle, not away from it.
Move it! Sophie!
Oh, we're doing this now, are we?
Asbel, hurry!
And Asbel just immediately flew out of their hands. Yeah, I don't actually remember how much more of this arc we have. Because again, I know it's a lot shorter, but...
You're lucky you aren't dead.
No kidding.
I agree. That was extremely foolish, my brother.
Who talks like that? Sorry, I know that's not the only game that does this, but anytime I see an anime or anything that you just go out of your way to overly refer to people just by your relation to each other rather than name or heck.
Regardless,
Like,
he's safe. But who was that girl?
no, because like seriously, in normal conversations, like, what would make you do something so foolish? Not, what would make you do something so foolish, my brother, or whatever the fuck he said.
I don't know, but she feels somehow familiar.
Again, we've already established she was used in the construction of you, Sophie. Even if you've never met her, her essence is part of you.
Sophie? What is it?
Hurry, Pascal! We're not safe yet. We're not?
You jinxed it, Sophie! Or you jinxed it, Pascal. One of you two, someone jinxed something. Either way, one of you is getting yelled at.
There are flowers here as well.
It reminds me of the meadow and lot.
It's weird. These flowers. I don't know, it's like I'm looking at a painting or something.
I know what you mean. We're surrounded by nature, and yet it feels very unnatural.
How goes the shuttle? Think we can take off soon?
Yeah, no. Sai's working on it, but it's gonna take a while.
Hey, Sophie! Try not to wander off.
She's calling me. She wants me to come this way.
Are you still hearing voices?
For what it's worth, I don't think she's imagining it.
Well, we've got some time. Let's take a look around while Sai works on the shuttle.
Yeah, let's leave poor little Sai to do all the heavy lifting. I mean, he's a robot, so he's probably got... Damn, I was really hoping that would give me that. I'm gonna give that a try, actually. If not, I'll put Phantom Flash back on. Hey, Muffin, how's it going? It's going good. It is going good.
Emerald said Foda had been destroyed completely.
I mean, she probably was technically correct.
And yet, even after everything, this was here all along.
We don't know that. Pascal stated that Fodra's core was starting to act up, and given just how quickly the core mutated the monsters, it's very possible all this foliage has grown in the last 6 months.
Looking back, Emerald tried to merge with Lambda and gain his power in order to bring new life to Fodra.
Yeah, she was kind of stupid that way.
Lambda refused her, despite her wishes.
Those weren't wishes, they were demands. You can't have a healthy working partnership if it's just all demanding and all one-sided.
And her efforts were for naught, as new life had already taken hold.
Once again, we don't know that. I'm just chilling in an airport right now. My next transfer flight is in 16 hours. Oh, jeez. So just chilling at a charge station. I am so sorry. Abby and I got stuck in an airport for 5 hours at one point, and that was unpleasant. But 16 hours? I'm so sorry.
I feel sorry for Emerald.
I don't.
Yeah.
She was a bitch.
Have you forgotten that Emerald planned for Sophie to sacrifice herself in order to destroy Lambda?
When did Malik absorb the entire party's collective common sense? It is insane how much of the voice of reason he has been in this arc.
And that she was the main cause of Lambda's pain in the first place? How can you feel for her?
Okay, actually, I feel that's kind of a criticism about the Tales series in general. Again, this is my favorite game franchise, and I still love it, but hear me out. Characters that have sympathetic elements in their backstory do not equal sympathetic characters and do not deserve sympathy if the actions that they are taking in the present outweigh any part of their backstory. Emerald was literally going to commit genocide. She is responsible for the genocide on Fodra because of what she did to Lambda. Again, she was going to commit genocide against your planet by stealing your Listalia. Just because she didn't need to do that, and she wasted her life trying to do that, does not make her sympathetic. Writers. And I know I'm being hypocritical because I love IDW Megatron, who is equally as terrible, and I genuinely feel sympathy for Megatron. But writers, stop doing that. Stop trying to get us to feel bad for monsters. I understand in real life, people are people. Even the greatest monsters in real history probably had some sympathetic part to their backstory. But you could tell me all the sob stories you want about all the dictators throughout history. I am not going to feel sorry for them. Because just because they had a sad beginning does not justify the ending that they went down. Again, I love the Tales series, but they do this too often. And it needs to stop.
I do. I sympathize with her being forced into making such a cruel decision.
Oh my god.
Maybe we can honor her memory by seeing this world through to a brighter future.
She doesn't deserve to be remembered. Okay, let me phrase it. The only reason she deserves to be remembered is as the monster she was.
But that's what I love.
Aw.
Look, I love characters who can always see the best in others, but no. Emerald deserves to be remembered solely as a cautionary tale. Again, it's the same best big complaint I had about Tales of Symphonia. Mythos was too far gone and too evil. Quite frankly, they never should have... Let's see, a sad backstory can make you understand a monster, but it doesn't excuse their action. Yes, exactly. I don't mind... Oh, look, bunnies. Maybe Edgelord somewhere around here. I don't mind if a villain has a sad backstory.
Not even on Infinia.
But it needs to be like, okay... Again, in Symphonia, what Lloyd's action should have been with Mythos, it's like, okay, I finally understand you, but I still have to stop you, if you know what I mean. should never. I really hate that Lloyd at the end is all like, I'm so sad you had to die. You could have lived in our world. I'm like, no, Mythos' ship had sailed. He was literally fantasy Hitler at that point. He was evil and needed to die.
You're right.
Sorry, I know that's weird as someone who champions heroes not killing, especially characters like Superman. But I digress.
But why is this area the only one covered in flowers?
It's probably filled with concentrated eleth or something.
Oh, it's more of those things, except they're smaller.
Look at that.
I've never seen peaceful monsters before.
What's happening here?
Well, if they're peaceful, does that make them monsters by default then? Sorry, since atypically monster, I think by definition is something terrible, you know? Sorry, I'm getting pedantic. I apologize. Okay, like, are you physically here, or is she just pausing time to communicate with her, kind of like what Lambda does?
Come with us, child of Foda.
Oh, no, like, she really is there. She's not pausing time to talk.
You don't want to be alone, do you?
Huh?
Someday, all of these people will be gone. It will be sad.
That's just a low blow, bitch.
It will be frightening. Help me. I don't know what to do.
Someone can have a sad backstory and not be a monster. I think that's why characters that mirror each other are interesting to me, like Shadow and
But we
Sonic.
will soothe
Yeah.
your troubled heart forever.
Because, like, again, in Tales Symphonia, they tried to push the angle that Mythos and Lloyd were mirror images of each other, but they did a real shit job at doing that. I love Tales Symphonia. I really want to emphasize that is my favorite game of all time. It's my favorite piece of media of all time. But no, that doesn't work. It doesn't. Like, honestly, Jude and Gaius from Zelia do a better job of mirror imaging each other. And even then, Gaius is not even a villain. He's just the final boss. Heck, they even tried to have Duke and Yuri be mirror images in Vesperia, and they fucked that one up too.
What?
But yeah, honestly, Sonic and Shadow, I mean, heck, even Knuckles and Sonic in the movies, those do a better job of being mirror images while also making sure that Knuckles and Shadow never cross a line that they can't be redeemed. Because I am very much of the opinion there is such a thing as someone crossing the point of no return. Like, even if they could be redeemed, they shouldn't be redeemed. I mean, usually it does depend on the story, but mass genocide at that point, genocide or attempted genocide, that's usually an unforgivable line to cross, just in my opinion. Yeah, I know, I'm being hypocritical because I like IDW Megatron and he committed genocide and he was forgiven, sort of. I don't know, it's hard.
All of us, we will take the place of your pain. Let us spend eternity together.
Together?
I mean, that's... I mean, if you're offering to be friends for eternity, that's good. That's healthy for Sophie.
Wait.
But not if it involves murder. We were talking about murder. Don't do it.
Was it some kind of illusion?
Yeah, I'm the master of illusions. Welcome to my mad delusion.
But it felt so real.
Okay, who put acid in the bread pudding again?
Sophie, hang on. I know her. Huh?
Yeah,
and she knew me too.
Yeah, she's the bitch who ate all the potato salad at the office Christmas party.
My head. It hurts.
Oh no, that come down is a bitch.
Take it easy, Sophie. Rest for a minute, and then we'll head back.
No, I have to see her again.
When can I see you again? Oh, when... Sorry. Sorry, it's Abby's texting me. Abby is pulling like a 13-hour shift today, so she's letting me know when her break is because she might need me to bring her some food. Okay, she's okay.
She's waiting for me. Please, Asbel, I have to talk to her. I can't stop thinking about what she said.
All right,
that's fair.
Let's go.
That being said, Sophie, just because she's waiting doesn't necessarily mean you should give her priority. I mean, quite frankly, I have been waiting for a new Darksiders game for years, and I mean, I think the universe as a whole has been waiting for a new Half-Life game for God knows how long, but that doesn't mean the developers, you know, put a pause on everything to work on it. So, you don't have to put a pause on your... God fucking damn it. Sorry, joke. Let's see. Okay, I've already read that one from Muffin. Yeah,
This'll be a breeze.
Yeah, I love that we've been getting like all these like Eldritch Abominations for like freaking forever, and then now it's like, oh hey, remember like these teddy bears and chicken enemies from the very beginning of the game? Well, they're back. They're just buffed. Not that I mind. I will read that in just a second, Muffin. Let me finish this fight.
We won't fail.
That would be awkward when we do fail. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to test my new art. I've been there. My mom has had days where she works in 24 hours. Not actually. She's required breaks based 24 hours. Not every work. I am so sorry. I am worried, and that's why I admit I am trying to get out of construction. So I've been told of like instances where like where guys basically have had to work that long because it's like they can't leave basically, and like I'm terrified that that might happen to me at some point. Because like one of the reasons I like had to I like Phantom Flash better. One of the main reasons I had to get out of working in a hospital. I mean, yeah, I only had to work there as long as the kitchen was open, which meant I only had to be there between 6 a.m. and 7 p.m. But because it was a hospital, it could never close. So those fucktards, basically, I had to work every single Christmas, every single Thanksgiving, every single 4th of July. And you may or may not know, Muffin, those Thanksgiving and 4th of July are big, important holidays here in America. Thanksgiving's always been one of my favorites. I don't give a shit about the 4th of July anymore, but that's neither here nor there, if I'm being perfectly honest. Oh, dear. But, yeah, basically, they're like, yeah, well, the management wants time off, so get fucked. That is something that I have odd, like, don't get me wrong, I've been kind of bored. So, I actually got injured last month at work, and it didn't seem like it was too big of a deal at the time, so at the time of the injury, I just kind of kept working like normal for a couple weeks. But it wasn't healing, so I was sent to WorkMed to have it looked at, and they said, okay, it doesn't look, we took an x-ray, it doesn't really look like there's anything too serious, so keep working, but if it doesn't heal in another few weeks, then come back. Well, it's been 5 to 6 weeks at this point, and my knee is not... I mean, it's better than it was like in the first 2 days, but it hasn't improved in any way, shape, or form since then. Like, it's still super sensitive, it still hurts to crouch, it still hurts to kneel. If I bump my knee... Like, at work the other day, I was just mopping the floor, and I accidentally kind of hit my knee lightly against the mop bucket, and just pain shot up and down my leg. So, yeah, I've basically been pulled off active construction duty, and I've just basically been sitting at a desk for 9.5 hours a day, just watching the shop's front gate, just so I can make sure people aren't coming in who aren't supposed to be there, and then cleaning toilets. Again, not that I strictly mind, but I admit it has been a little nice to an extent, because since I'm not, due to just how our workman's comp functions, I'm not allowed to work more than a set number of hours per week. Just because the general idea is that it's like, my pay rate is the exact same if I was doing like normal duty. They're like, because I'm being paid so well, they're like, okay, we don't really want to pay you so much money when you're not given the usual amount of work or the usual type of work, which honestly I kind of get. So they're like, okay, here is the general average amount that you've worked over the past 3 months. We don't want you exceeding that amount. So I'm not allowed to work more than 48 hours a week. I'm rounding. But I also can't work less than that. Otherwise, they'll be like, hey, you're not actually taking advantage of light duty that they're giving me. It's an interesting situation, to say the very least. So, yeah, I go to work. Like, I have to actually clock in at a very specific time, work until a very specific time, and then clock out and go home, which means I'm usually leaving before everyone else. I don't know. It's...
We must always give it our best. That wasn't it.
That's a big flower.
Look at the giant flower. I sure wish I could grow big like that.
Sophie, you want to grow bigger? I imagine Pascal might be able to help you with that.
Really? Hey, yo! You rang?
Sophie wants to get bigger.
That's easy. You'll be like 50 feet tall by the time I'm done with you.
Absolutely
not. But it'd be so cool. Why not?
Because she couldn't get into houses.
She wouldn't fit into her clothes anymore.
I mean, that's true, but...
That is your reason?
I'm kind of with Richard on here.
You're so irritable, Sharia. Jeez. How's about I keep her small and
Oh,
just
dear
make her
God.
eyes fire laser beams?
Sophie wants to be taller. She doesn't want laser beams.
Laser beams fun?
Definitely. Sounds like fun to me.
God damn it, Richard.
No laser beams either.
Agreed.
Rocket punch?
Okay, that one sounds kind of awesome.
No.
Why not? Like, yeah, the laser beams are kind of, but just think about it. You could, like, rocket punch, grab a glass of water from across the room and bring it back to you. Now, I do find it funny that we saw, like, a very peaceful version of this monster, and now we're just kind of slaughtering them along with the forest life. I feel that's there to kind of drive home the metaphor that the little queen was saying, that man is evil. Destruction of nature and other 90s animated straight to VHS bullshit. Let's see, if Sophie becomes really, really tall... Do not send her to Mongolia. She will bump her head in every door, but if she becomes really tall, she'll have problems everywhere. Oh, geez. Okay, note to self, if I ever visit Mongolia, just, you know, stretch my back. Because, yeah, I'm like 6'5", and I sometimes have issues with the doors just here in freaking in America. In America. Follow the butterflies. Hold on. Oh, man. Wait. There's butterflies in both directions. Sorry, I don't want to fight. Yeah, I'm taller than a lot of people, to say the very least. I've only ever met, like, maybe 2 or 3 people who are taller than me. One was, well, I don't know. I considered him a good buddy, even though we hardly have ever done anything together. But yeah, he's moving to Florida, so before we ever were able to ever actually hang out, like, dude's super busy all the time because he's an actor, and when he does have free time, he likes to spend time with his other friends that they're like as close as family. So you're between 6'2" and 6'3". Yeah, my uncle was 6'4", and like my goal as a kid was I want to be taller than my uncle, and yeah, I through sheer force of will, I guess. Yeah, not really. I managed to pull it off. Because I remember I was always kind of told I'm like I would never be taller than my uncle. Because sure, while my dad's side of the family are always really tall, they're like, you got your mom's, I got my mom's genes, and my mom is short. She's like 5 something. Like my mom is very short. Like I think I need to kind of look at the, like, I know that they're very close in height, but my mom, I think, is one of the few people that's shorter than Abby, because Abby is likewise really short. So while my mom's like a little disappointed, it's like, dang it, why can't one of the daughter-in-laws or in-laws, the spouses of the kids, be shorter than her? But again, she and Abby are able to vibe over being short.
I wonder if the person who's been calling out to Sophie is up ahead.
We can tell my dad I wouldn't be able to go on my favorite amusement park ride, and after that I decided I was tall enough.
I wonder too.
Yeah, that kind of happened to me.
There's a find out who it is. Maybe it's Concatus from the Flotilion. He's a super evil, super scary shell man that controls humans with his electrowave powers. Shell man?
Oh.
And you know what? He's the boss of the Flotilion.
Both of you, stop!
What's wrong, Hubert?
First of all, it isn't Concatus, it's Conkider. Secondly, in the Sunscreen Ranger universe, the villains are not shellmen, they are Shellians.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, right. I forgot little bro is such a big fan of the Sunscreen Rangers.
Okay. I did not call a Power Rangers reference.
Conkider is not the boss of the Flotilion. He's the boss of the Water Breakers, which is an affiliate of the Flotilion.
I can't follow this.
Okay, that's just another reason why he and Pascal... Yeah, no, when I heard Shellman 2, I was thinking of the Twaddles. But yeah, it's like, clearly Hubert and Pascal are meant for each other since they both can bond over one super obscure piece of media. Granted, Hubert actually harder than I've ever seen before, but still. I have mixed feelings about this character's design. Because on the one hand, I think it's good. I think it fits her. On the other hand, I find it oddly forgettable, even though it's very colorful and very detailed, you know?
How do you know how I feel? How?
The stars bring life. The wind caresses. The earth embraces.
I did not...
Flowers bloom.
Who said we could have a poetry slam? Because I
Life
certainly did not.
thrives.
Bright purple hair is kind of red.
And who disturbs that circle?
No, I get ya.
Humans. Come, child of Foda.
I do not like these type of villains, mostly because they're usually not written well.
Help us kill the humans.
It's like, if you're going to do a villain like this, that humans all suck and the world would be better if they were all dead. I mean, don't get me wrong, I kind of hate humanity at the moment myself, but it's like, you need to do something really interesting and really unique. And unfortunately, this character really, from what I remember, just boils down to she's a force of nature that's just fighting back against humanity, spoiling the perfect balance of nature or whatever. I'm like, that's not interesting. It's part of the reason why I liked, like, Vaccine Man from One Punch Man, who's literally a throwaway villain in like the first 2 minutes of the first episode. That was his exact story, and then Saitama just punched him once. I'm like, it's boring. And then we moved on, because we don't need this shit anymore.
Is that what you're after?
Die, humans.
Everyone stay on your game. No!
Look, I'm not saying that, yeah, humans do suck, that we need media calling people out more. The problem, like, every time I hear someone complain about, oh, media is woke, I'm like, you're only saying that because you don't like that it's rightfully calling out one of your shortcomings. We need media that calls out our shortcomings, because that forces us to course correct, for lack of a better word. I mean, one thing that was kind of nice is I had a conversation with a coworker. He wasn't, I'll probably never work with him again. It was just part of the temporary, hey, let's work, I need you to work here, even though they're not part of your crew or whatever. But he's like, I don't like how woke media's gotten, and I kind of point out the fact, I'm like, media has always been woke. It's just, you're only really noticing it now because you feel more directly called out by the media. And I kind of just pointed out, I'm like, so there's a really funny trend that I've seen online about men complaining about, oh, women only want to read porn and other dirty literature. Why can't they read something good like Pride and Prejudice? But even Pride and Prejudice was considered woke media when it was first published. I'm like, this isn't a new concept, guys. So no, again, we need more media calling people out. Like, quite frankly, when the Barbie movie came out, I fucking loved that movie. That movie was hilarious. But my foreman was like, oh, it was too woke. It's like, and it was complaining about non-issues. I'm like, no, it wasn't. It was complaining about issues. It's like, you didn't like it because you felt personally called out by it. So I'm like, dude, you should feel called out by it. Because it's calling people like you out. I'm like, bro, you suck. And you need to be called out. But, yeah. It's like, people only complain about media, but yeah, we need media calling out the fact that humans do take more from the environment than we give. But you need to do it uniquely. Just villains like this, that their soul-defining motivation is, if I kill humans, the world will go back to being beautiful. I'm like, you need to give me something new. I'm not saying never have a villain with this type of motivation, but you need to do something new with it. Again, especially since, let's see, I think I know that the Tales of Grace's F came out a lot later than just the regular Tales of Grace's, but it still wasn't that many years removed from Tales of Vesperia. And again, while Duke is not the main villain of Tales of Vesperia, he is the final boss. And his motivations do boil down to, oh, if humans die, the world will be better. Let's see, I'm pretty sure I've read about in school how there was stuff calling people out like years and years ago using satire. Well, yeah. Here's the thing that most people either don't realize or just choose to ignore. Art is always used as a way to try to call attention to injustice in the world. Like, there's a quote from the V for Vendetta movie, and I know the V for Vendetta movie is not as good as the comic, but I'll always have a soft spot for it. Politicians use lies to suppress the truth. Artists use lies to tell the truth. So that's how art has always been. They paint a world that mirrors reality but doesn't match it, but isn't reality, ergo the lie, to then teach people about injustices in the world, ergo the truth. So, quite frankly, art is the perfect way to call attention to problems and injustices, because it does allow us to disconnect from the true nitty-gritty of the problems while making us more conscious of them so we can see when these injustices happen right in front of us and we can fix them.
There's no end to them.
Sophie, no! Come back!
Come, child. We, all of us, we will ease your loneliness. Stay with us forever, an eternity without sadness.
Eternity without sadness.
Yeah, that's also without happiness, because you can't have one without the other. Actually, I'm also just thinking about it. Artorias from Tales of Berseria technically had this motivation as well, and it was also done better. At least I think so. Abby hates Artorias, but I think he's one of the best Tales villains.
Humans.
True without sadness. Yeah, no kidding.
Don't.
Oh, this is bad.
Yeah?
Die.
And no one ate dinner that night. So you're just leaving, even though it's not 100% clear exactly what happened? Wait, what? Okay.
What?
It's Lambda.
Lambda protected us?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he's said some shady stuff to Asbel, but so far, Lambda's been pretty on the level so far. Like, Lambda has shown, like, has to an extent some genuine concern towards Asbel and you guys. Again, he has still said plenty of shady shit, but that's more just to prove, to kind of force Asbel to show that he's going to put his money where his mouth is. And he's going to care for Lambda. He's not just going to treat him with suspicion like everyone else has. Now, in Sophie's case, I 100% understand why she is not okay trusting Lambda. It was literally built into her brain that she is supposed to kill Lambda. And yes, I know, technically speaking, Lambda is a character who technically committed genocide. But Lambda was a child. They only destroyed Foda because they were lashing out at what Emerald was doing to them. So, I'm sorry, Lambda's one of the few instances that I know I went on a big rant about genocide, but Lambda was doing what he thought he had to in order to survive. He thought that, I mean, and that's kind of the struggle they're having right now, is Asbel's trying to convince Lambda that humans can be trusted and they can coexist, because quite frankly, again, Lambda had given up on everything. I don't know. I'm being a hypocrite. I acknowledge that. It's just, I don't know. I don't know why, but when Malik said this is bad, I felt quite obvious. That made me think of the Sonic line from some reason. And oh yeah, this is happening. That's funny. Honestly, though, I will say I'm like, this is bad. I'm like, well, no fucking shit. Quite frankly, again, I know this is technically a game for younger audiences, but I think realistically it should have been like, ah, fuck. I don't know. I think it's mostly due to the presentation. I'm more willing to forgive Lambda than other characters like Emerald or Mythos. Yep. Asbel's gonna adopt all the robot kids.
I kind of want to check out the data I took from the lab.
Then perhaps we should return to Telos as to.
I think some
Kick
rest
the
will do us
child.
all a world of good.
Are you saying I should kick Sai, or are we saying we should kick Lambda because Lambda was a kid?
You must be tired too, right, Sophie? You should get some rest.
I'm disinclined to kick any kids at the moment.
Asbel?
Right. Let's go back to tell us as to.
Asbel, as Sophie's father, I think it's very important that you have a just sit down and have a nice heart-to-heart with your daughter. Thank you. All right. Give me all the life bottles. Shut up, Marta. Nobody loves you. I know it's harsh, but Marta borderline. Let's see. Think more about kicking the kid Asbel put his hand on. But sure, any kid works. Okay. All right, Muffin, you woke up today and you chose violence. Have you learned nothing? Wait, what? Cute. You know, I make a joke about tofu. I'm like, that seems paradoxical to have tofu with meat, but oh, who am I kidding? Anytime there's like a local Mongolian barbecue, all you can eat buffet, it's okay. It's like a mixture of, it's just all, I mean, okay, it's super Americanized, of course, but it's just called like, it's called like the Asian buffet, or at least it used to be. It's not called feast, but the point is that they have a Mongolian barbecue stir fry. It's like, hey, just here's a bar, put your noodles, put your meat, choice of meat, just put whatever you want in there, and then we'll stir fry it for you. But whenever I go there, I always get meat and tofu, because I like me some tofu. I know I wanted, yeah, there we go. Barbecue was made in Taiwan. I'm not surprised. Let's be perfectly frank. I mean, okay, I know they're called chips in other parts of the world, but French fries here in America, I'm like, what? First off, why do we call them that and not chips, for one? And two, if that's what we call them in America, why don't we call them American fries? Or heck, I found out in the last couple of years, like fortune cookies, which are a staple at Chinese restaurants here in America,
the data first?
were made in America. Like, or burritos. Burritos are one of the go-to favorite meals here in Utah at Mexican restaurants. And burritos aren't Mexican. They're, let's see, French fries, Hawaiian pizza just happens sometimes. Like, I kind of understand the Hawaiian pizza because the idea is, even though it was made in America, ham and pineapple are things you could find in Hawaii. So it's more, hey, we're taking elements from Hawaii and putting them on a pizza. But yeah, I still think that is a fair example.
There's probably a machine around here that can play it back.
I think we're
Are you
about
thinking
to
about what
beat
that girl said?
the F arc, honestly.
Don't be fooled by her words, Sophie.
Or else.
They were designed to lower your defenses.
Sort of. They're still technically true.
Hey, why don't you come rest with me? It's okay. I'm fine.
You should still have a heart-to-heart with someone, Sophie.
But if you need anything, just ask.
Asbel, talk to Sophie. Like, for real, she needs it. She needs just a one-on-one with you. And quite frankly, like, well, I'm not in favor of eradicate humanity and whatnot. Maybe you should talk to her and tell her that if that will fill the void in her heart, you'd understand. Just realize that you'd be against her or something like that. I don't know. Like, Sophie needs more than just... Anyway, well, if that's the reason for Hawaiian pizza, let me slap some meatballs on a pizza and boom, Swedish pizza. Okay. Yeah, I have heard of, like, what's it called? Like a Swedish meat pie pizza. But it was like a regular pizza, but like the crust was made out of like individual meat pies around the outside, which I think was a little weird. I'm like, just put all the ingredients of a meat pie on a pizza. I mean, because I've seen like a Euro pizza that was basically, instead of
The city appears safe for now.
marinara, it was tzatziki sauce with, you know, lamb meat and feta and, you know, other stuff you traditionally find on a Euro. Again, it's not my favorite thing because traditional Euros have cucumber and I don't like cucumber. I like tzatziki, but I don't like cucumber. Let's see, but actually some Swedish pizzas are strange. Swedes like curry and bananas on their pizza. Apparently, really? Like, curry I can kind of get, but bananas? That, like, bananas on pizza was actually a joke in the 2000s and 90s when I was growing up. About just, like, well, that and Twinkies. Like, if you ever want to make a joke about someone being insane, ask them if they put bananas or Twinkies on their pizza. Because, like, there was one guy, whenever we were, you know, having pseudo-philosophical arguments in a sense,
matter of time until they do.
He would always just drop the, don't put Twinkies on your pizza! Just for... It was funny.
If left unchecked, these creatures could wipe out all of Affinia, too.
Okay, that should do it.
I mean, because, like, barbecue chicken pizza. I know some people are like, if it's not a pizza, it doesn't have marinara. I disagree. But I love barbecue chicken pizza is my favorite. And it's basically just, you take ingredients from, like, a really good grilled barbecue chicken breast and just put on pizza.
We cannot let them go to waste.
So it's like chicken, barbecue sauce, onions, tomatoes, peppers in some cases. Granted, I'm not the biggest fan of peppers, but I've seen that. A quite common combo in Sweden. I did not know it was a joke before. Well, again, it's a joke locally, just since, again, locally, we would never dream of putting that on our pizza. I mean, it's kind of like, what was it called? Like, until the last, like, back in the 90s, sushi was considered a joke. When everyone, it's like, hey, you want to go get out, you want to go eat something nasty? Let's go get sushi, because especially due to, like, some pork contamination in America as well as other places, the idea of deliberately eating something that was raw was a joke. So people would joke about getting sushi. But nowadays, sushi has become a very well-loved meal locally. Like, there are multiple all-you-can eat sushi. Well, only one's all-you-can-eat, but sushi bars are everywhere now. And a couple years ago, a conveyor belt sushi bar opened up near where I live, and quite frankly, Abby and I have gone there more than our wallets want to admit.
But to shut down Fodra's core.
Oh, I guess that's the explanation as to why Fodra.
That will set the entire planet on a path to ruin.
Oh, okay. I think they also did this to try and ease Lambda's responsibility for Fodra's destruction by saying it was actually these people's fault for shutting down the core to try to stop the queen. Okay.
Very well. Shut down the core.
How do you do that exactly?
We are here. We have heard your decision.
The little queen!
Yeah, I mean, here's my recommendation for getting sushi. Never eat sushi from a place that doesn't specialize in sushi. I've, like, been on a buffet sushi that tasted old. Yeah, no, never eat sushi on a buffet, because there's no guarantee of how long it's been out there. Now, I have had some good sushi. Shoot, I forgot what the... So, there's a hibachi restaurant. I don't know if it's I know it's a chain, but I don't know if it's a local chain called Teppanyaki. That we used to get coupons for there all the time, but things have gotten more expensive. We don't get them as often anymore. And while they specialize in, hibachi style, cooking the food on the grill in front of you, they do still have good sushi, and they have a very extensive sushi bar, again, even if it's not outright their specialty. Or there's another restaurant that's owned by a local Asian family that are the sweetest people ever. Again, they do specialize more in, like teriyaki chicken, curry. It's a Korean Japanese hybrid restaurant. They have really good sushi.
Good question,
even if it's not outright their specialty.
We have more pressing concerns right now.
I love that I'm talking over important story cutscenes because I have to talk about the intricacies of sushi. Sushi is just that important.
Well, I mean, we could try shutting down the core or whatever. That's what those scientists said in the video.
But did they succeed? It seems that they were killed before they could act.
Well, Fodra's core was shut down for almost 1,000 years. They must have found a way.
I kinda sorta have an idea.
Well, hold on. If... So, Emerald accused... What was his name? The guy who raised Lambda of trying to use Lambda as a new Lestalia for Foda. But if they shut down the core themselves, why did they need Lambda to become a new Lestalia? Again, I do feel... Again, well, I do like this F arc because it does flesh the characters out immensely. I have questions, and I don't think the writers had answers. Because, again, like I said, I actually looked it up. There is no actual explanation for what Lambda is, other than Lambda is an energy being. Not that I mind, per se.
It involves Lambda.
Interesting. If we have Lambda absorb the core's Eleth...
Let's see, I like the idea of being like die humans. Humanity must be destroyed, but it only gives general intrigue. Like I said, it does need more.
But what would happen to Asbel?
I would be unharmed, but I can't speak for you. If I absorb the core's Eleth, it will pass through both your mind and your body. The strain would be too much for a fragile human to withstand. If anything were to go wrong, your body and mind would be completely obliterated.
Why didn't that happen to Richard?
Richard's body and his mind were almost completely under my control.
So a normal human can't handle the Eleth, but you can. Is that right?
What are you planning?
Lambda, I need a favor.
You are not hearing me, human. This procedure will utterly destroy you.
No, it won't.
It's too dangerous to rely on Lambda. And even if we did, Asbel could be torn apart in the process.
It's okay. I can do this.
You mustn't.
Don't be a fool. Think about what you're saying.
I have. I'm going to let Lambda take over temporarily.
What? You're going to voluntarily let Lambda take control? That's madness!
Let's see. When I hear Lambda, all I think of is A in the Greek letter used in physics. Actually, that is what Lambda's named after. That they are supposed to be that letter in the Greek alphabet.
It's not madness, Captain.
It's part of the reason why I think Psy, the little robot kid, I think Psy is also a Greek alphabet. It was a deliberate naming choice.
Don't do this! Lambda will absorb you, just as he did to me.
If that happens, you won't be Asbel anymore.
Guys, I'm just lending it to him. It's not permanent. And after I give up control, Lambda can absorb the Eleth and seal it inside himself.
Because Eleth is only dangerous during the period where it's flowing.
If you say so.
Asbel's going to offer himself to Lambda for just that little bit of time. That would minimize the strain for sure, but...
Won't absorbing all that Eleth allow Lambda to become active again?
Lambda's technically active again.
That's a good point.
Psy spelled like... Yes, that is how Psy's name is spelled.
Do you really believe Lambda will just hand your body back once he's done?
That's what Asbel's choosing to believe.
I do. Lambda went out of his way to save us. We all saw it.
Again, it is kind of foolish, and I know I'm using the fact that I know how the game ends. But at the same time, sometimes all a person needs to reform is just a chance, is just to be trusted, you know?
If
Again, is it foolish?
I'm willing to put my trust in him.
Yeah. In real life, sure, but again, this is fiction.
Besides, we don't really have a choice. We have to shut down Fodra's core.
There's no doubt that Eleth from the core is responsible for the new monsters around here.
And I bet it's responsible for the monsters on Affinia, too.
Asbel is correct. One way or another, we have to shut it down.
So that's why Lambda and I have to try.
What if it doesn't work? What if it fails and you're not you anymore?
I'll be fine.
How can you be so sure?
I told you I wanted to give Lambda a chance. I have to do this, Sharia, for a lot of reasons. So please, let me try.
Fiction, everything is possible, like that Mario movie, and I'm not talking about the animated one. Wait, you're not? Which Mario movie are you talking about? Like the old live action one? I haven't actually seen that one, so I'm not 100%.
Look,
Might be
this
missing
may not
part
be
of
a
the
good
reference.
plan, but it's all we've got. Are you with me?
All right. I'll leave this one to you. Besides, it's not like we could talk him out of it.
No, probably not.
He's been living with Lambda for like a year now, right? I honestly think he'll be fine. What about you, Richard?
Asbel, are you absolutely sure about this?
I understand Richard's trepidation given the circumstances, since Richard being possessed by... Let's see. No, that's not good. Also kind of funny. More of an ironic way. Good to know. Just again, because Richard was Lambda's host originally. And he does have less reason to trust Lambda because, unfortunately, since Lambda and Richard, their past were so full of pain, they kind of created an echo chamber for each other of the world sucks. Whereas Asbel is the first person to show Lambda kindness and hope since the kind of father figure whose name I keep forgetting. Yeah, I think Richard is completely justified in his trepidation. But I also feel Asbel is also justified, at least in this narrative, for wanting to put his faith in Lambda. Honestly, I like this scene
The decision is made.
because I understand everyone's point of view.
We rest tonight and head out first thing in the morning.
Yeah, no, we're going right into the final dungeon after this. Okay, we're also going to see probably one of the funniest, but also one of the biggest scenes in the game.
You need to find a way to set their minds at ease. Once we board the shuttle, we can't afford any last-minute regrets. Understand?
You okay? All right, I'm stealing. Sorry, what did you mean specifically, or are you referencing something? You okay?
Asbel, if you turned into Lambda, I'd have to resume my mission.
That's not gonna happen. He's different from before.
Even you
I know
acknowledge
it's
that,
hard,
Sophie.
but you just have to trust him.
I get, Sophie, you're justified. Your fears are 100% justified.
Trust Lambda.
Yeah, no, for real. Again, like, for context, him asking her to trust Lambda is kind of like the equivalent of, you know, telling someone it's okay. Let's see, no, I meant the word okay. That's a funny way to say okay. Use that. No, yeah, you're good. It's kind of the equivalent of, since it was literally... No, I don't want to rest for the evening. I want to... How do I want to go out and talk to everybody. What? I should be able to go out and... I swear to God. You better not glitch on me, you fucking game. Because talking to everybody here is one of the best parts of the game. Oh, I swear to God. I swear to God.
You're more foolish than I thought, if you're willing to entrust me with your body. Once I take over, that which you call Asbel will cease to exist. Do you think you can return whole from such an ordeal?
Yes, because I believe in you.
On what basis?
You don't need a basis to believe in someone. But if I had to give reasons, it's because you went out of your way to protect us. Also, you could have taken me over a dozen times by now, right? But you haven't. That's why.
How foolish.
He's technically correct. You are being a little foolish,
Besides,
Asbel.
I'm only lending you my body.
again,
And
it's just
things that are borrowed must always be returned.
not strictly speaking. I still technically have a Blu-ray that I borrowed.
Like some mewling
But
human
that's because that
child.
asshole never returned some of the stuff he borrowed from me, so I kept his Blu-ray.
It's got nothing to do with being human. It's about doing the right thing. And besides, you and I are sharing this body, remember? We need to watch each other's backs in order to keep things running smoothly.
We could be
The
like
word
Yami and
fool
Yugi
fits
from
no
Yu-Gi-Oh!
one better than the likes of you.
And you're not wrong, but the fool is always the main
A
character
man who trusts
in
anyone
the tarot.
based on nothing more than his own flawed reason. You humans continue to amaze. But I also see now that foolishness is a deeper trait than I once believed.
Thanks, Lambda. I think.
You know, I also
accept
realize...
your proposal. I will borrow your body and absorb the core's eleth. But be warned, notable strain will still remain on your body afterwards. You had best prepare yourself.
I also do like, because I realize
Thanks for all the help.
they are...
Lambda.
Well, I'm proud to be a fool. Well, sometimes same. I realize the reason for this particular... this has to happen in order for the happy ending to have is to justify, for lack of a better word, Asbel's decision to spare Lambda at the end of the main story.
Hey, Sophie. Can't sleep?
Which,
I
again,
was just
I don't
going
mind.
to visit the others. Wanna come?
Okay.
Which, again, I don't mind.
Okay, let's go.
But again, just thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, that is the whole reason why this is the scenario that has to play out. Is the only way they can stop Foda is if Lambda absorbs the core. And that is being done, once again, to justify Asbel's decision. Okay, is this the scene I think it
Lambda
is?
Isn't enough? Now you have to take in the entire core as well? You know, it's the rest of us who suffer the most for your damn hero complex.
I'm sorry, Hubert. I don't want you to worry.
Oh, I'm not worried. I'll be fine. But if something happens, I don't think Sophie will ever recover.
Yeah, that's
Isn't
fair.
that right, Sophie? You're not just the Lord of Lant now, Asbel. You're also Sophie's father. So I hope you're strong enough to stay alive and face your new responsibilities. Hear me well, Lambda. If you refuse to release my brother, I will not be held responsible for the
So I
consequences.
guess some people like having long hair, but Sophie's hair is really, really long.
It's
yeah,
okay,
for real.
Hubert. You can trust him.
So then, you would stand against me to protect this fool? Perhaps it is you who are the fool to risk your life.
Not helping, Lambda.
Still, reckless courage has its own kind of charm. I would like to see more of your idiocy. Depending on your actions, I might just have to show you my thanks.
What is this voice? This isn't Asbel. Is this Lambda?
Give the man a cookie.
See you tomorrow, Hubert.
Yes. See you tomorrow.
Thanks,
Now,
Hubert
let me just
appreciates the
give it
cookie
old
muffin.
Wham bam! What are you doing, Pascal? Okay, so I was thinking how unfair it was that Asbel had to absorb the core. So I've got a new plan. Say hello to Mecha Asbel.
It's adorkable.
That's not Asbel. What? Oh, come on. It looks totally like him.
It kind
No,
of
it
does.
doesn't. But what are you planning to do with that exactly?
See, I was thinking we could just have Lambda zap himself into Mecha Asbel here before he absorbs all the Elith.
So, I am still going to make fun of you, but all joking aside, is it so terrible if we make Lambda his own body? I mean, I know that the idea was that Lambda wanted to learn about humanity through Asbel's experiences and emotions, so maybe not now. He has more to learn from being inside Asbel, but all joking aside, could we not make him a body like Sophie's so he could exist independently from Asbel or Asbel's family in the future? I don't know. And like, Asbel could adopt Lambda. Sophie and Lambda could be siblings. I don't know. It's a question I'm kind of curious about, honestly.
How about it, Lambda?
Impossible.
He says no.
Come on, Lambda. This plan is awesome. Fine. I guess it really doesn't look like you after all.
I
You
don't
think
think
that's
it's that.
the problem?
Well, Lambda's only helping because he likes you, yeah?
I think it's more complicated.
So if he doesn't like my robot, it must be because he doesn't look like you.
Wait, what? How did you come to that conclusion?
Don't mind me.
And this wouldn't be the first time Pascal's
Your
got...
people have always been arrogant. Too much knowledge will not save a civilization. It can bring only ruin. And yet, you persist in believing your knowledge can aid others.
Hey, stop saying things.
Huh? I didn't say anything.
Your technology is too primitive to stand a chance of containing me.
All right, fair enough.
And yet I am curious to see what your determination can accomplish.
Pascal is filled with determination.
Give your all to the effort, child of Amarcia.
Okay. I'll stop trying to get you out of Asbel.
Well, that was a very reasonable response. Pascal, have a cookie.
I'm surprised you'd give up so easily.
Oh, I'm not giving up. I just think it's time for me to sit back and see what Lambda's all about. Maybe I can turn Mecha Asbel here into a weapon for tomorrow.
Pascal, don't forget to take a bath.
Yeah, I know. Good night.
Go for it, Hubert. The scene is... No. Shoot your shot. Shoot your shot, Hubert. All right, have a cookie, Pascal. Throws cookie at Pascal. Thank you, Muffin. Anyone here? Nair. All right. Is everyone on the... Are we on the top level or are we on the low... Are we on the mid level? I don't remember. Let's see. I was in there, so no one should be in there. Okay, here we go. This scene's amazing.
Still busy, I see.
Yeah, just tinkering with
Human
stuff for
children
tomorrow.
with determination can be
What are you
quite
doing up,
powerful. You
little
never
bro?
know. They might just be able to have the power to erase the entire timeline. You're not wrong.
You all worried about your big brother?
In a way.
Aw, he's gonna be fine. I don't think Lambda's gonna try anything funny.
But even so.
I getcha. You never know what's gonna happen until it does, yeah?
Yep.
But gosh, little bro, you sure do worry about Asbel a lot.
Stop calling me that. I'm a grown man. Why, even now I'm considering an offer of marriage.
You're getting married, little bro? Aw, congratulations!
No, that's not... I'm not going to accept.
What? How come?
Because my every waking thought is consumed by you.
Yeah. I guess I kind of figured that.
You did? I mean, well, that's not a bad thing, is it?
Don't you worry, little bro. I promise to take a bath before the ceremony.
Poor Hubert.
What?
Hey, I totally understand. You don't want some smelly friend stinking up your fancy wedding.
Okay, I need that cookie back, Pascal.
So I'll take a bath and use soap and everything. Okay, Now let's see what you can do, Mecha Asbel.
You deserve that one, Pascal.
Huh? It blew up! And I'm usually so good at this kind of thing.
Thank you for using the cookie magnet. That scene's hilarious. It really is, but it's also like, oh, Hubert, you poor baby. Sorry, I'll talk to you in a second. I just want to... Yeah, I just want to make sure that Malik or Sharia wasn't in here. Alright. Hey, Richard.
Asbel, Sophie.
Can't sleep, Richard?
I keep trying, but I fear it's a lost cause. I can't stop thinking about tomorrow. About what I would do if you ended up like... me.
I told you, that's not gonna happen. Remember when we were young? It made me happy to know that you trusted me. When I grew up, I made one terrible mistake after another. But it helped me to know I could support you. Without that trust, I wouldn't be the man I am now.
So, any chance we could be in a polyamorous relationship with Sharia? Because, the fans ship us quite hard, Richard. But canonically, I end up with Sharia.
It's the same with Lambda. I need to trust him. I need to believe in whatever made him protect us.
When Lambda was inside me...
Wait a second.
I was enslaved by him.
Hold. That sword that Richard has, that symbol on the sheath, that's the symbol of from Tales of Symphonia.
I wasn't able to face him the way you can.
Okay, so that sword's clearly a reference to Tales of Symphonia, which makes sense. It's like Sophie's gauntlets that she has is a reference to Tales of Hearts. I just didn't pay attention to it. And I'm pretty sure that staff I got for...
in a while, Richard.
That staff I got for Pascal that said, like, the fandom, whatever, that was clearly a reference. I'm just not sure which Tales game it's a reference to.
Resentment, and it allowed our hatred to grow strong. We believed we could save the other from loneliness, but I don't need to tell you how that turned out. You and I are both indebted to this man. I will repay my debt. The path you choose is up to you.
Lambda. Asbel. I just heard Lambda's voice. Sophie. I think Asbel and Lambda are actually getting along.
Character growth. Okay, give Richard have a brownie.
You won't have to fight him again. I've decided to place my trust in Lambda as well.
Okay, now you can also have a cookie.
Thanks, Richard.
Can you hear me, Lambda? I know that I failed you. And so you may not care what I have to say, but please, keep Asbel safe.
And give him a glass of milk. I wonder if the sword Asbel has is a reference to another Tales game. I don't know. But yeah, once I get Richard back in the party, I need to take a closer look at that sword and its description. Okay, there is... Yeah, no, I don't want to leave. Okay, there's Malik. Where's Sharia?
Tomorrow we risk all for our homeworld. Don't you two think you should get some rest?
Captain, I can't sleep. Will you just
Quickly
talk
throws
to me?
a glass of milk, a brownie, and a cookie. Thanks, Muffin.
All right. You said you were scared of losing the ones you love, right? I know how you feel. I know it better than most.
Yeah, I'm basically the Kakashi of this game. I lost both of my friends.
But you must not let yourself be ruled by fear.
Yeah, you need to let yourself be ruled by anxiety.
Let me ask you a question. What's the best way to be with those
The
you
old
love?
live-action Mario movie. Yes, I know what the Goombas look like. I've never seen it, but it's so infamous on the internet. I have seen snippets of it. I've just never sat down to watch it.
To protect them?
Correct. But to do that, you must transform your fear into strength.
Transformers. Robots in disguise.
Fear into strength.
However, strength alone is not enough. You must also believe in those you love and honor their feelings. The better you know a person, the easier it is to keep them safe.
Roll out.
You are an ancient creature, Sophie. But in many ways, you are still a child.
So, yeah, I guess she is technically that dragon girl trope shit, but
Life has lessons yet to teach you. Some will be enjoyable, and some will come with pain. You must face the painful lessons and learn from them. It's the only way to grow stronger.
Harder,
When we have
better,
finished
faster,
this business
stronger.
with Foda, you will be stronger for it.
And then I can protect you all?
I have no doubt.
Thank you, Captain.
Same to you. Good luck tomorrow, Asbel.
The fear of loss is strong in you. It is a fear honed sharp against a stone of countless pains.
sorry, it's Abby. Oh, good lord. America sucks.
By showing these children the true path, you show it also to yourself. Fascinating. May your devotion to the path be a shining example to those around you.
It's true. Perhaps they teach me more than I know.
Captain Malik?
Enough chatter. Get yourselves to bed, and that's an order.
Yes, sir.
Well, all right. Someone get that man a rum and coke. Brother. So, Abby is at work right now, and so Abby, she is in charge of an auditorium that gets rented out for different events, different dance competitions, so on and so forth. So, okay, I'll keep that going after a second. So he throws a glass of rum and coke. Thanks again, Muffin.
Hey, Sharia, are you still mad?
I'm worried, Asbel. I'm not mad.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Sorry. Look, can't you find a way to trust Lambda?
I want to, I do, but I just...
Listen, let's make a promise.
A promise?
I've learned something from all this. When I was young, I used to think my family was holding me back.
I mean, your dad was kind of an asshole.
But now I know they acted that way because they cared for me.
Yeah, but your dad was still an asshole. Like, I really feel Asbel's dad should not get a complete pardon for his behavior when you were a kid.
So I've been wondering if it's possible for me to care about someone in the same way. And I can think of only 2 people who might fit the bill.
2? Please don't tell me you're planning to adopt another, Sophie.
Yeah, I'm planning to adopt Lambda. What of it? I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. It's super effective.
No, Sharia. What I need is someone to look after Sophie with me.
Oh.
This person has always been close to me, but I've been too stupid to see it.
It's the captain!
So when we get back, I plan to tell her.
Just tell her
But
now,
right
asswipe.
I need you to trust me, and trust Lambda, and wait for us both. Will you do that, Sharia?
Asbel.
Asbel, if you make a promise, you have to use your pinky.
I suppose so. Okay, Sharia. It's a promise.
Give the girl a ring, Asbel. Quite frankly, after all of this, Sharia deserves a fucking ring from you, Asbel.
Few know the preciousness of life as you do.
Huh?
The man before you is a fool, but beneath his idiocy hides a layer of steel.
Yeah, it happened when he accidentally got impaled on that fence and it got lodged beneath his skin, and now he can't actually physically remove it without dying on the surgery table.
I owe him much, and shall repay that debt to the best of my abilities. However, this fool dared to challenge even me. Who knows what he might do in the future? He's already shown that he'll throw his own life away for the sake of others. Let him know you understand this, and hold him to his promise.
That voice.
Sorry, what?
Nothing. Listen to me, Asbel. If you don't keep your promise, I will never forgive you.
Don't you say something for a promise?
Cross your heart, hope to die, stick a needle in your eye.
Okay, I'll look for a needle.
Wow, you guys are serious. I guess I have to keep my promise, huh?
You'd better believe it.
Now kiss her, you asshole.
Now, Sophie, make sure to take a bath and change your clothes before you sleep, okay?
Okay.
Is there even running water in this city?
Right. I'll see you both tomorrow.
Yeah, keep my promise or else I'm gonna get a needle in that eye. Yep.
Sorry, looking at your face, I started thinking back on something my dad once said.
He said, "I'm dead, son."
When I first brought you home, he told me I'd never be able to take care of you.
And he still is technically correct. By the way, the first time I used the blade shaving thingy, it was a one-use thing, except I used it without cutting myself. Oh, congrats!
I wonder what he'd say now. I bet he'd still say I couldn't do it.
I agree. Again, I love you, Asbel, but I'm not
often
going to
wish I
not
could
make
see
fun of
Dad
you for this
again.
one.
Just once. He was a good man, you know? He wanted the best for his people's future, and for ours. I want to carry his hopes and dreams into the future.
Into the future.
I want to help the people of Lant live happier lives, even if just a little. And I want the same happiness for their children and their grandchildren and onward. But I've only got one life, you know? There's only so much I can do. I guess it'll be up to my descendants to carry on the legacy. I hope they're up for it. I hope they think this dream is as important as I do. Too bad I can't stick around and see how it turns out, huh?
I see what you're doing. You're trying to give Sophie a purpose, and...
I'll stick around. I'll stick around as long as it takes. I can tell your children and grandchildren. I can tell everyone about your dream. Will you trust me with your dream, Asbel?
Sophie.
It's hard to believe I was so worried for all this time. You'll never be gone, even after you die. Because your dream will live on. I have a purpose now, Asbel. I will see your dream fulfilled.
You're really something, Sophie. You know that?
Let's see, you sound like something I've said before, except with this whole descendant parts. I want to put my dreams onto someone. I agree. I know it made more sense back in medieval days where it's like your kids very much inherited everything you had, so they kind of had to carry on where you left off, but yeah. It is always sketch about putting... Yeah, because that's unfortunately how generational trauma is carried over. I'm surprised Lambda and Sophie didn't have a heart-to-heart, if I'm being perfectly honest. Again, it's still a cute scene, and it is, again, nice that Sophie's like, okay, even if Asbel can't physically be with me for the rest of my life, I can still be there for, you know, him and his family for the rest of her existence, since, again, she is immortal. At least in terms of won't get old and die. As we have seen, she can be killed, but... Yeah, I think we're going to beat the game today. But yeah, I have the same desire, though. I want to be able to do as good as I can, even if it's just a little. Makes life slightly less miserable, because I know a lot of life is painful. Yep, I agree. Oh, is this where we get it?
Hello, Protos Haste.
Yes, this is where we get it.
I have something important to tell you, Lambda.
Have you come to threaten me?
Sorry. More messages. Just taking care of that real quick.
If you destroy me, this man will be destroyed in turn.
No. In fact, it's the opposite.
What do you mean?
I'm not going to fight you anymore. I've decided to trust you. I know that Asbel can be reckless sometimes.
That's putting it mildly.
So take good care of him, okay?
Looks like we're all here.
This ends today. We must shut down the core, no matter what.
No matter what!
I totally want to upgrade Mecha Asbel's armaments, but nothing's working. Let me see. Okay, but do you... Oh, there's a mouse caught in here.
I'm sorry, what?
Sophie, take it outside!
Okay.
That scared me.
Little fella must have been attracted to these biscuit crumbs.
Will you please stop eating while you're fiddling with your machines?
That's a way you can get past.
Okay. Anyway, now that it's all cleaned up, I think it should work. There we go. Now let's see. Nope, still missing some parts. Are they at your house? Probably. It's a big old hassle, but I suppose we could hoof it back there.
What now?
Just wondering if mice chomp on parts like these.
That's not funny, Pascal.
Guess I won't know until I get back home to check.
Don't tell me Pascal's house is...
Huh? What do you mean let's hold off for now? I mean, I see zero specialty. It's small amount of fear when I think of a machine copy of someone else. Blam, Metal Sonic for that one. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, we'll just quickly go to the Marcian Enclave. Since again, like, that is one benefit that this game structure has compared to other ones. Once you get the shuttle, backtracking is much easier than other Tales games. At least other Tales games prior to this one.
Hey, so do you think it looks like Asbel?
Oh,
No.
Speaking of Metal Sonic, Muffin, have you heard of, what's it called?
Close.
Sonic Forces, what's it called? Sonic Forces. Have you heard of Sonic Forces Overclocked?
Oh, hey, that's it.
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, bananas. Where did I leave that thing? Not here.
Again, are you asking,
Pascal, who lived in the
so
past,
Sonic Forces
give me a
Overclocked
sign
is
when
actually a
I'm
fan-made, continuation of the Sonic Forces. Like, have you played Sonic Forces just out of curiosity?
Time to get this thing and see what comes out. Bang, bang, bang. Ka-chonk, smack, pow. Digging all around for that thing I can't remember. Shut up!
Oh, hi, Fourier.
Oh, hey, Fourier. Stop singing. You're making my ears bleed. And what the heck are you doing back here anyway?
It's her
I thought
house.
you were on Foda.
We were.
I wanted to make this look like him.
That's fair. So Sonic Forces
But I guess it
Overclocked
doesn't look like him
was
at
a
all.
fan-made
Now Sophie's all totally
sequel
disappointed.
to the story of Sonic Forces
Who's it supposed to be?
that did a good job of actually fleshing Infinite out a
Asbel.
bit more as a character. Actually had Neo Metal Sonic as one of the main villains, because like
It's a secret
because you
weapon.
know the whole
Isn't it
story
cool?
of Sonic Forces
If
kind
it's
of
a
involves
weapon,
you know
does it really
Sonic
have to
teaming
look
up with
like
the
someone?
Avatar, and the theme is you know fist bump is
course
about
it
two
does,
people
silly.
working together, which makes it weird because classic Sonic is there too. But I digress.
That'll make Asbel
So,
happy and Sophie
the
happy and maybe even
Overclocked
little
has Metal
Bro
Sonic
happy.
and Infinite as
The
the main
grumpy
villains
kid with
working
glasses?
together
Why
to
would
kind
he
of be the
care?
opposite of Sonic and the Avatar.
'Cause he
and
loves his
honestly, it's
When he sees
much
Mecha
better
Asbel here, he's gonna
than the
cry
base
big
Sonic Forces
slop.
game.
You seem quite familiar
The
with...
levels are better, the story's more
Yeah, well,
interesting,
we've
and
been traveling
they
around the
do a
world.
lot more with Infinite as a character.
You've
Again,
been
as someone who
traveling with
actually
Asbel, too,
really likes
and yet
Infinite
this
as a
looks nothing.
villain,
Oh, come on.
I really appreciate that it did a lot
Never
to make
mind.
Infinite more interesting.
Oh, look,
Again,
there
it's
it is.
not canon, so... But it was still fun, and... There's like some really great scenes of Infinite and
planning to
Neo
do
Metal
with that?
Sonic sassing each other back and
Come
forth.
on, Fourier, lend me a hand.
You're hopeless. Do it yourself.
Aw, my sister's mean. Fine, I don't need you. I'm gonna make this look just like Asbel, and then little bro's gonna be moved to tears.
You already moved him 2 tiers when you
Okay.
were completely oblivious to the fact that he confessed his love to you.
Oh, I love hitting things with my big hammer.
Will you please just be quiet?
Like,
She's
honestly,
having
it kind of
fun.
reminds me of the Project 06, which, if you don't... Oh, it's got color now, which, according to Transformers rules, means it's alive.
And presto! It's perfect.
You just colored it.
I'll protect you.
Oh my god.
It's Asbel. It's Asbel! Yay.
They both love hitting things with big hammers. Yes, they do.
Well, if it makes Sophie happy. I swear, Pascal, will you ever grow up?
Given that she rejected Hubert without knowing it, no, she's never gonna grow up. But yeah, like, if you're not familiar with Project 06, Project 06 is... Fans went through, like, at this point in time, they've only done Sonic and Shadow. They're still working on Silvers. But they're basically trying to remake the entirety of Sonic 06. But actually
So
make
this
it
is
function
Fodra's guardian
correctly, so it's not a broken mess. Well, rebalance. Like, from what I've heard is that they've
It must
actually
have been quite a
changed how
sight back in
Tails
the
plays
day.
altogether. They've rebalanced just how a lot of the
been
characters
totally
play, just to
corroded
make the
by all the
game
Eleth.
play better.
It's possible that the path to the core has fallen into similar disrepair.
And actually, I've seen some people do
Reaching
like
our goal
video
may be even
essays
more
saying
difficult
that
than we first
the 06
imagined.
project is part of the reason
Not to
why
mention the constant threat
people
of attack
actually
from
look
swarms
back
of little
at Sonic
queens.
06 more favorably now than they have for the past however many years, because people are just playing the 06 project and it's coloring their opinions of 06 as a whole. Seen Project 06 stuff, not all of it, but some of it that I'm aware of. Yeah, I'm not
still
really
have to
into the
go.
mod scene, mostly just because computers confuse me. So I just know
how
of
those
it
girls feel. They
because
fight
of
because
YouTube.
they want to protect something that's very important to them. But if we can just talk to them, they might realize we aren't their enemy.
Oh, like father, like daughter. Sophie saw that Asbel fixed problem with Lambda by talking to him, so she
Even
wants to
though there
talk
were
to the
so
little
many
queen.
of them, their faces all looked lonely.
Yeah, I don't know.
I want to
Yeah,
know
I'm not
why.
like the most that I've ever done modding is I modded
Sophie's
a couple
Now let's go.
clothing options into The Sims 3, and I've used like the Nexus mod manager
Fodra's
for
core
Skyrim.
should be just up ahead.
So Fodra's core is just this world's version of Athenia's Lestalia?
Yep, you could call it the original Lestalia.
I see.
That was where I fought all of
That's over now.
Yes, I concur.
Stop being an edgelord,
However, there is
Richard.
one thing I would like you to clarify that's been bothering me for quite some time.
The cake is a lie?
Your appearance back then. Did Lambda choose that style?
Yes. Is there a problem with it? To be honest, I thought it looked rather fetching.
You looked like a generic anime monster handsome dude, bro.
I absolutely cannot believe His Majesty has such abysmal taste.
Sorry, but who cares?
I care. Even now when I look at you, I can't help but recall back to that scandalous getup.
Ooh,
You
scandalous.
love obsessing over little things, don't you?
Huh?
Okay, I was seeing if I could put it off, especially since I had to take a break earlier in the stream. I'm going to take another super quick break because I need to take care of something again. We're going to be right back. We're beating this today. Like, we're going to beat this game today, and then I'll probably poll the audience about what I should stream next. So, be right back. Okay. Once again, I appreciate your guys' patience. I do apologize about doing it twice in one stream, but first time I had to see Abby off to work, made sure she had her lunch and everything. This time, just, well, I have bodily functions and they did not want to wait. So welcome back. Muffin, you still with me? I mean, I understand if you're not. But yeah, I kind of used the time on break to kind of think about what I wanted, because I know I said I'd probably do a poll to decide what I wanted to do next in terms of streaming, but I kind of used that opportunity to sort of think it over. For those who didn't know who weren't here when I was talking about what I was thinking about, it was between doing another Tales game, Dragon Age 2, or a Sonic game. I ultimately decided I don't want to do another Tales game just yet. It's a little soon. Unless I'm doing like a very specific a-thon like I did with the Paper Mario games, I don't just want to oversaturate the channel with just one series, you know? So yeah, it was between a Tales series, Dragon Age 2, but the thing I realized is that Dragon Age 2, I'm not really going to be able to do that one until I beat Dragon Age Origins with Edgelord, because that's kind of how I want to continue from Edgelord.
What are you doing now, Pascal?
Or a Sonic game.
There and let's get going.
And I'm thinking, you know what, maybe I'll just do a Sonic game, just since they're comparatively short
enough to get us down
compared
here.
to the Tales series or the Dragon Age series.
It won't be able to take anything too heavy back up.
Because then that way I can do a Sonic game that'll fill some time.
Me?
What's wrong, Sharia?
It's because of that sweet potato I ate after dinner last night. I heard sweets don't count if they come from plants, but...
Oh no.
I'm such a fool.
Sharia?
Forgive me. This is all my fault.
Okay. What the hell was that?
Consider a lesson in how a woman's mind works.
Yeah.
So you actually understood it?
Not one bit.
Anyway, I'm sure there's something around here that'll help us get back up.
But yeah, I'm thinking I might just do a Sonic game, just since again I can probably get through those much. Oh yeah, I need to reorganize the party. But I can get through those much quicker than I could a Tales game or Dragon Age 2, you know? And then do Dragon Age 2, and then, again, depending on how I feel, I might settle in on Tales game, Sonic game, Dragon Age. Tales game, Sonic game, Dragon Age, until I run out of games in those. Or I decide I really want to stream something else, you know? So I think at this point, I just need to decide which Sonic game to do. Because I have actually a number of different Sonic games I could do. I've got Sonic X Shadow Generations, I've got Sonic Adventure, I've got Sonic Heroes, I've got Sonic 06, which part of me is like, okay, maybe I should just narrow it to between Sonic 06 or Sonic X Shadow, just since Sonic X Shadow is the newest one. And it's also probably, from what I've heard, it's the best Sonic game in years. Just so I can do something that's kind of relevant. Or just do Sonic 06, because that's a game that's kind of been perpetually on the back burner that we've wanted to do for almost as long as the channel's been a thing. Even then, if I end up rage quitting that game, you know, then I can just move on to something else. Okay, I am genuinely going to try to explore this place. I really am, but this place is confuzzling. And I am sad to say that even though I kind of remembered the dungeons being better in this arc, better's subjective, you know? It's not as good as I hoped and thought. Again, I'm not saying that I think it's bad by any means, but it's not... They're not the creative masterpieces that well, then again, sadly, the Tales series has never truly been the absolute greatest when it comes to dungeon design. You don't play a Tales game for the great level, the intricate level designs. You play it for the gameplay and the gameplay, characters, and story.
Prepare yourself. Dance like the damned. Instant balls. We must always give it our best.
You're the best around. Nothing's ever gonna keep me down. Those are obviously like fake lambdas. Is that a Richard weapon? Oh yeah, Richard's weapon. Oh yeah, Symphonious. How? It's right there in the goddamn name, and it went over my head. But what is it? Symphonic. Produce a tune to bring about the world's. Okay, again, I know that Symphonia is a play on symphony or whatever, but. What is that in reference to? Maybe that's a dagger? Oh, this is one for Hubert. Okay, I mean, based on the name, I assume that's a reference to Tales of the Abyss, but I'm not sure in what way if it is. Because again, that's obviously a reference to Hearts. I don't know. Again, I don't know if that's a reference to a Tales. That's a reference to Hearts. That's a reference to anything. I'm assuming that's a reference to Tales of Eternia. But as I've never played Tales of Eternia, I'm missing if it is. I'm missing the reference. It could be a reference to Tales of the Tempest, but I likewise have not played that one. Phantom Light. That could be a reference to Tales Symphonia 2, since courage is the magic that makes turns dreams into reality is something said a lot. Okay, hold the phone. Tales. Okay. Yeah, no, yeah, Phantom's Light is one. I'm trying to... I'm only getting, like, guides to tell me where to get these. They're not telling me what these are referenced is to. Because, like, Asbel can get a sword called Brave Vesperia or Fact Fantasia. but I only can get those in the post game from the zone cage. Malik can get Sword of Legendia and So yeah, that's gotta be a reference to Tales of the Tempest, Tempest Bringer. Sharia gets Innocent Shriners, which is, I'm assuming is a reference to Tales of Innocent, and Scars of Eternia, which, yeah, so that is a reference. But again, Sophie gets Seraphic Hearts, which I have in Destiny Breakers. And again, I'm assuming Destiny Breakers is Tales of Destiny. And Pascal gets Mythology Breaker and Fandom's Light. But I don't... Is there a Tales game called Tales of Light or Tales of Mythology? I don't know. Like, for real. And it doesn't list Richard or Hubert here, like, at all. For some reason. Looking at something else. No, this is like every single sword in the game. I don't want that. Wait, Hubert gets brave that's very in Deathly Abyss? Okay, yeah, so Deathly Abyss is... Yeah, it's a reference to Tales of the Abyss. Oh, wait, no. So it's now saying Asbel. It says this one is a reference. Again, I'm sort of... Maybe it's not a reference and just... Okay. Yeah, I found a list of all the weapons that are references, but it's not actually telling me what they're... Like, again, some are obvious. Like, if they have the name of the game in their name, like, yeah, I can tell you what that is, but I don't know every single Tales game's name off by heart, because again, I haven't played them all. But, again, that... Fandom's Light. I'm like, okay, unless there's a Tale of Light or Tale of Fandom that I don't know of, that's got to be a slightly broader reference. Like, I think the Fandom's Light is just meant to kind of be just a tongue-in-cheek reference to the Tales fandom. But I would love some more direct confirmation of that. That's the exit. I think I may have gotten turned around. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this level design's a little confuzzling. Huh. Seriously? Like a literal dead end. Like not even a chest. That literally was just a dead end to waste my time? Huh. Well, fuck you too. Yep. Fuck you, game. I love you, but fuck you. No, okay. That's not where I thought I'm not where I thought I was. Right, I need to reorganize the party.
I failed everyone.
Son of a bitch.
Sorry about that. Eat this!
Son of a bitch. I have never been dealing with freezing as much as I have just in this one single fight. Again, yeah, I've dealt with freezing throughout the game, but not that much consistently. I'm not gonna lie that that abyss sword looks. Let's see, back. Got some sack because I'm alone. I have to pack up everything each time because I can't just leave stuff. I'm constantly cautious, making sure I don't get robbed. No, I'd get you. Especially in an airport, like just walking away from. I mean, you can get arrested if you walk away from a bag. But yeah, just now that you're back, Muffin, I'll reiterate something I did already say, but... So, as of right now, I'm kind of feeling like I want to focus on streaming 3 series just on my own. Like, not the edgelord stuff, just for my own personal streams. The Tales series, the Sonic series, and the Dragon Age series, because... I'm not going to be doing more Dragon Age games as edgelord because the main characters have too defined of a personality after the first game, so it wouldn't work for edgelord. And since Dragon Age 2 has been requested almost as much as Dragon Age Origins, I want to make sure I stream that game. So it's like once I'm done with Dragon Age, I want to do Dragon Age 2 just as myself. And just do all 4 Dragon Age games with just the continuing continuity from the 4 of them, like what I did with Mass Effect. So I'm trying to say, what should I stream next? Like I said, it was a Sonic game, a Tales game, or Dragon Age. And I'm thinking, I don't think I'll be done with Dragon Age Origins for a hot minute. So I think in that essence, I want to hold off on Dragon Age 2 unless I basically want to be like, okay, I'm not going to stream anything else until I'm done with Edgelord's Dragon Age Origins, so it's just going to be a lot of Edgelord streams. I don't think I want to do it. The next thing is, I don't know if I want to do another Tales game immediately. Because, like, I know I did, like, the Paper Mario marathon where I streamed all the Paper Mario games except for the one on the DS. I didn't even finish the one for the Wii because I didn't like it that much. Then streamed Bug Fables and then tried to stream Born of Bread. Just could not handle that game. So I don't know if I just want to do non-stop Tales. So that leaves me with Sonic. I think the next thing I'm going to stream is another Sonic game.
It's a waste of time.
Hey!
And, well, I do have a lot of Sonic games to choose from. I'm leaning on either... Crusader. Let's see. I'd be more happy if Luke streams don't get... I'd be more happy for Luke streams, don't get me wrong. I've seen Edgelord get so bossy. Just like vibing in a stream with you nonetheless. Now I feel ya. I think there is a Tales of Rebirth, so I think that's what that is a reference to. I think arguably that is technically better than the Symphonic Scepter, but that's a reference to Tales of Symphonia, so I'm kind of gonna keep that one there. I'm gonna keep Richard using that one just because, again, it's a reference to my favorite game of all time. That's the word I'm looking for. So, like I said, it means I'm now down to... Wait a second. Am I back on the first floor? Jesus fucking Christ. I take back everything I said about remembering that the dungeons in the F arc were better than the ones in the main game. My God. Back to the Sonic discussion. The games I'm looking at right now are Sonic Adventure. Since I did Sonic Adventure 2, it makes sense to do them out of order, but to do it nonetheless. Sonic X Shadow Generations, as that's the current new Sonic game, so stream that to be relevant. Or to torture myself with Sonic 06, because that's a game that Flaze and I wanted to do all the way back when the channel was new. Like, we just thought it would be fun. I mean, I know that was partially because Flaze and I were trying to... We're trying to emulate Game Grumps, and early in Game Grumps, they streamed Sonic 06, and a lot of, like, their early memes and rage bait, or not rage bait, like rage quotes came from... And man, this was back when, you know, JonTron was still on Game Grumps, so... Yeah, this was a long time ago. Especially now that it's like, yeah, JonTron is, not well-liked anymore. Understandably so. Heck, I even know some, like, Dan Abadan, who's currently part of the Game Grumps, had his own share of controversies, but I digress. But even still, it is a game that I have always kind of still wanted to check out. If for no other reason than, as a lot of people pointed out, while the story's goofy, the story does also still have a lot of fun stuff in it, you know? Especially now that Mephiles is back in Sonic X Shadow Generations.
Crystallized forms of Ellet.
Hey, I was gonna say that.
That kind of knowledge seems a bit above your pay grade.
Oh, Lambda told me all about it.
Lucky! Oh, hey, like, ask Lambda what the crystallized Eleth is for.
She says, figure it out for yourself.
Sounds like Lambda.
I got it! There!
The remains of crystals excavated from the lower strata for the purpose of collecting Eleth sampling data.
Again, I was gonna say that.
Lambda's enjoying this.
Lambda is kind of a jerk.
I mean, again, Lambda was technically the primary antagonist of the main story, so yeah, no, I mean, he's under no obligation to be kind or whatever.
I feel the power of the core running through my body.
And if Lambda absorbs this power, the situation will be resolved.
What is it, little bro?
It's just, I've never trusted Lambda.
Me neither. When Asbel said he was going to ask Lambda for help, I was against it.
A perfectly reasonable reaction.
I totally trusted him.
Did you actually trust him? Or was it merely your usual blind faith that everything will work out?
Yeah, pretty much that.
Though in hindsight, Pascal's blind faith has proven itself quite accurate.
Yes,
Fair.
I suppose you could say that. Now even I trust in Lambda.
Me too.
I as well.
Me too.
Isn't this great, Lambda? See? People can change. Everyone believes in you now.
It is wonderful, Asbel.
When you believe in yourself, believe in yourself. On the fucking rocket ship, got a shield in front of me, oh yeah. Yeah, if it wasn't very clear, I am very much, like I said earlier about imitating Game Grumps, I'm driving that point home right now. Trying to remember if I liked this part of the dungeon, because I know it's very pretty, or if I hate it. Actually, speaking of this part of the dungeon, this kind of reminds me of the
That breeze?
the inner world in the first Knights of Azure game, the one where you offer the blood up to the sword. Now, lighting's completely
feels
different, and
nice.
it's just floating islands in an
This
abyss,
place looks
but
really
still.
different.
It doesn't look like someplace people would build.
I bet most of it is natural, and they just built around the rest.
Some more of these monsters.
Guys, heads up!
Listen well, invaders of Fodra. You will never reach Fodra's core.
I bet you 20 that you're wrong.
We will survive!
Oh, we have to fight you now. Peachy. Stop freezing me! I hate everything you stand for. Son of a gumshoe fuckface. Sorry, cast Resurrection, please. Sorry, I don't want to... I was hoping that maybe there'd be a vending machine or something that I could restock. The fact that I haven't seen anything like that does concern me a hair. So, maybe I want to be a little less trigger happy on the life bottles. Again, maybe I should switch to using Sophie instead of Pascal. Or instead of... No, I want to keep healers to heal. Just so I have more healers and more, and 2 people who can resurrect. And that's what I should do. I don't know. I liked using this group because I liked having a dedicated caster with Pascal. I liked having a backup melee/ranged person with Hubert. Begone,
We
thought.
must destroy the humans.
Wow, that sounds like a plot of a video game from the PlayStation
She's
2
gone.
era.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I tried to do the Escher girls pose and I threw my hips out.
Yeah, I'm fine. I just thought I saw something. Lambda, what's happening?
If you can...
Fodra's
damn it.
consciousness?
Damn it, I did not mean to do that.
If you... I would prepare myself if I were you.
Okay, that one's on me. I admit that. yeah, sorry, Pascal. After that, I really think we need more. Oh, 3 of a kind.
Are you worried about Asbel?
Oh, sorry. I don't mean to worry you, Sophie. It'll be okay. Asbel made a promise after all.
Yeah, but he also promised that the sequel trilogy of Star Wars would be good, and that was clearly not the case.
I think it'll be okay too. Asbel always keeps his promises. Now make a promise to me!
To you? What kind of promise?
To continue our poker game when we return to Affinia.
You guys were playing poker?
Poker? Pascal taught me poker when we were at the Amarcian Enclave. It was fun. We played 150 games, and I won 149.
Sophie's really good. A little too good. I only won the first game.
Wait, hold on. What? That's what you were doing after being summoned by Richard?
Yeah, we'd totally deal you in if you want. So, let's shut down Fodra's core and get back to Affinia already.
All right. It's a promise. Sometimes I wonder if Pascal just acts like a goofball to calm us down when things get tense around here.
Well, I don't like playing for money. I too like playing poker.
A pinky promise.
Sweet! I may lose to Sophie, but I'll run the table with you, sister.
Or maybe not.
Yep. So Pascalis wants you to join so she can get money from you, so she's not the one constantly losing. Just wanted to double check. That song's now stuck in my head. So I know a game. Just again, speaking of things wanting to stream.
Shiria, look out!
The Eleth over there is pretty dense. If you had stumbled into it, you might have experienced an Eleth high.
That sounds awesome.
Thank you, Asbel.
There seem to be lots of those thick Eleth patches around.
Although, the monsters don't seem to mind.
They must possess an antibody that resists it or whatever. Hey, I bet we can build the same immunity if we eat some of these monsters.
That sounds like the scientist who went crazy from Crystal Chronicles.
Eat them?
We could marinate the meat with a spice rub and serve it with red wine.
Too much trouble. Just cram a spit up their butts and roast them whole.
What?
Unbelievable.
Look, let's just beat the monsters here and see if we learn anything, okay?
Okay, now I'm hungry. But yeah, like, I just also remembered, in addition to, like, the Legacy of Kain games, I did kind of want to stream I did want to stream Stellar Blade, because I bought that when it was still relatively new, and kind of want to see what your guys' opinions of it are. Because I know it caught a lot of flack, kind of like with Bayonetta. Because it got some flack, kind of like Bayonetta, kind of like Knights of Azure, that it was demeaning towards women, you know, that it was a bad game because all the women were like perfectly hot and didn't, you know, have women of different, you know, body types or whatever. And again, honestly, if women do find the game offensive, I think that's totally fair. I just would genuinely kind of like to hear our community's stance on it. And not that one loser from way, way, way back when Sunshine and I played Soul Calibur 6 together. That, to this day, is one of the biggest, it's like, I don't think we've lost anything by not having that person stick around. So, for context, for those who don't know, back when we were still doing pre-recorded Let's Plays, Abby, Jesse, and Kendall were doing sisters therapy, which was basically they did a couple things, but a big thing they focused on was like Nancy Drew. Basically, they played games that they knew that I probably wouldn't enjoy, Sunshine might not enjoy. It was, again, it really was a way for them to focus on like, let's finish getting that one first. Just games from their childhood that I had no real connection with. Well, I kind of suggested that Sunshine and we should do, and we called it Brothers Bonding, I believe. And that was kind of the similar idea. Let's just play games together so we could generate more content. It was kind of a way to try to deal with the fact that everyone's schedules were difficult to get together. We only played a couple games because unfortunately Sunshine and I just don't really have the energy to work off each other without other people, unless it's a game that we both are really, really into. So, let's see, we did Soul Calibur 6 was the first one that we did together. Then we did a game called King of Dragons, and then a game called Altered Beasts. We then recorded footage of us playing Warrior All-Stars and Rampage Total Destruction. But those last two were so lifeless that Kendall and I just agreed it'd be best if they just went unreleased. So they went unreleased. But while we were playing Soul Calibur 6, we talked for like 45 minutes about just our opinions on overly sexualized female character designs in video games. And for the most part, we kind of concluded that the biggest problem with overly sexualized female character designs in video games is they weren't there for the benefit of women. They weren't there to... Because so often than not, especially in, say, like, comic books, whenever someone's like, why are the women always, like, wearing next to no clothing? The counter-argument is like, well, but Superman is basically wearing an outfit that's so skin-tight, there's nothing to the imagination. You may as well be naked. But a point that Sunshine brought up was the fact that men in these games, even if they are dressed revealingly, they're there to enrich the male power fantasy, not to titillate women. Or even hell, to titillate gay men.
Awesome. Stop! You'll step on them!
So basically, we talked for a long while, and we just kind of concluded, well, overly sexualized female character designs are largely okay. It just needs to be balanced better. There needs to be more sexy male designs in video games, and if you're gonna have a sexy female character, also have a woman, or let me phrase that, not sexy, skimpy. Every time I said sexy, that entire conversation, just please replace it with skimpy. That's what I'm trying to focus on. We kind of said, it was like, okay, if you're going to have a skimpy female design, then have an equal number of non-skimpy female character designs. That was kind of our mission statement, or just kind of how we ended with saying, it's like, that's what we want to see more of. More equality, give us more skimpy and sexy designs for men. Give us more, just balance. That's basically what we boiled down, is balance it out. And there's one tool in the comment, basically came out. It's like, what's the big deal as long as men like looking? It's like, why is it a problem if there's skimpy female women? If men like looking at them, it's like you completely ignored the entire conversation that we had. And it's why I'm like, I'm not gonna judge people who enjoy that sort of thing. Like, quite frankly, I enjoy things that are probably misogynistic, and maybe I shouldn't, Like, I don't want to, give too many details, because I don't want to give someone who's underaged or whatever, but I have been reading a book series that technically it's pornographic, and it technically falls under the subgenre of male harem power fantasy. But I've been reading it because, I'm not gonna lie, I actually think it's enjoyable. I'm not just reading it just for women or whatever. It's just like, I kind of enjoy the story. Should I? Probably not. Is it sexist? Yeah, it is. But I feel that there is often always a time and a place for that sort of thing, as long as you're not using it to consistently demean women and purely objectify them, if you know what I mean. I don't know. It's much like what I was complaining earlier in the stream about forgiving genocidal maniacs, about how it's like, I guess, like, I hate that sort of thing, but I was okay with it in IDW Comics with Megatron. I'm a hypocrite. Like, there is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like, I try to be objective, I try to be reasonable, but there are some things that, yeah, I think it is fair to say that I'm a hypocrite on. And it simply does boil down to the fact that it's like, I really like that particular, you know, character. Like, I'm like, well, yeah, he's technically, like, again, them forgiving Lambda or whatever, I'm like, they probably shouldn't, because Lambda technically tried to commit genocide, but the writing and reasoning was done well enough that it doesn't bother me. But yet, I really hate that they were trying to sympathize with Emerald. Even though Emerald, well, it's because Emerald is technically the bad guy. See, already right there, I don't have an answer. So yeah, I'm kind of really hypocritical about it. I guess at the end of the day, I want to just make sure that everyone feels comfortable and happy, you know? Oh, okay. I don't know what's right. I don't have, I can't and never would claim that I have the ultimate definition of morality. Is there literally nothing here? So that elevator is literally just to waste your time. Come on, guys. Level design. Honestly, the more I've been replaying this game, the level design reminds me of a lot of Final Fantasy II. And I mean that in the most insulting way possible, because Final Fantasy II has awful level design. There's no way around it. The level design in Final Fantasy II sucks. Because it often has just these dead ends that are there almost for no other reason than just to waste your time, you know? And it just kind of comes across as it's just there to pad things out. Like, they didn't have enough ideas or enough content to justify asking full price for the game. I know. I've been saying this is a remake of one of my favorite games of all time, that despite its problems, I still love it and blah, 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 and yet I'm constantly ragging on it. I don't know. Maybe my taste is just shit. Like, let's be real here. My taste in video games, I've often been criticized as I tend to like games that are bad. I mean, fuck. Phantasy Star Online Episodes 1 and 2 for the GameCube is one of my favorite games of all time, and it is one of the most repetitive. Well,
I admire the strength
it's one of my
it
favorite
takes
games
to
in my
merge with
childhood.
Lambda,
I still like playing it, but
believe in him.
Honestly, I'm still a little worried. I don't know if Lambda really has the power to stop Fodra's core. I mean, will absorbing all the Eleth really do it? There's no way to know for sure. I guess all we can do is have faith.
It takes a great deal of fortitude to say that. I wish I possessed the same kind of strength to protect Windor.
Come now. It is merely youth and inexperience that gives him such strength, Your Majesty.
you're not wrong.
Remember that, Asbel. Countless trials and tribulations await you.
Yeah,
and
I
you
will
must
admit, though,
steel yourself.
Asbel does kind of
Whoa,
enter
come on now,
Mary
Captain
Sue
Malik.
territory
There's
in
no need to scare me like
this
that.
arc.
There is truth in the captain's words. Enduring painful experiences would benefit you in the end.
I feel he is a...
Yeah.
It's better in the
I've never
first,
been thrown
in the
into a
main
strange
story.
environment and had my personality all twisted up by it. I've never survived the misery of coming between a friend and a lover before losing. Perhaps transcending such hardships would indeed teach me true strength. That's all the more reason to focus on the matter at hand with Foda. I will give it everything I have. Now who's with me? Wait, no one?
Hubert and Malik seem to have taken that harder than I would have anticipated.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I do like this F arc. I do feel it does enrich many of the characters in their story arcs, but it does kind of, like, playing through this again, I'm like, it does knock Asbel down a few pegs for me in terms of how much I like him as a character, because he kind of becomes an idiot himbo, and he does get way too close to the Mary Sue territory.
How can there be such a huge open space all the way down here?
It's
'Cause there
one
needs
of
to
the
be a
most
boss fight.
beautiful places I've ever seen.
This place is teeming with life. But why?
Because we're approaching Fodra's core.
Fodra's core.
What's wrong, Pascal? You seem quiet.
You say that like that's supposed to be a big dramatic... Like, no fucking shit, we're approaching the core. That's the entire point of...
This place is filled with plants and animals and whatever, right?
Right.
I had the same thought when we saw the flowers, but...
Hey, Pascal, come on. You're starting to worry me.
There's one thing that should be here, but isn't.
Which is...
Humans. There aren't any humans here.
Exactly. Look at how beautiful this planet is with no people around.
Oh, brother.
I think that's why Fodra's been trying to eliminate all the humans. And this place is the result.
No way.
The little queens were born from Fodra's core in order to protect it.
That would seem to match with what we've seen so far.
Remember what Fourier said about how creatures adapt to survive? Well, it looks like the core had that ability too. If humans were here, they'd eventually suck the core's eleth dry. I think Fodra is just trying to defend herself.
Yeah, we gotta hammer the message home.
What does that make us?
From Fodra's perspective, we would seem like the very personification of evil.
Well then, it looks like the cavalry has arrived.
Humans. It is time to die. Perish now, and prepare the way for a brighter future.
I expect the best from everyone. Okay.
Hey, could you, hit a little harder? I don't think the horse is dead yet. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I didn't want to reiterate. I love the character interactions in this F arc, but this story sucks. I get that it works fine as a arc for Sophie to work through, but yeah, no. This story is too rudimentary, it's too bare bones, and I think it has the opposite problem that I have with some of the other Tales games. Like, one of the reasons why I've mentioned I hate Vesperia is because it tries to be deep, and it fails miserably in my humble opinion. Whereas, like, most Tales games, they try to do something more... The Tales series is at its best when it has a more simplistic idea just executed in a real interesting way. The problem is, like I said earlier, this idea is just too overdone and not interesting anymore. Like, the ideas behind someone who's just decided that humanity is just everything that's wrong. With the world, and the world would just be better if humans are gone. That has potential, like, for real. It's just, it's been done so many times in so many uninteresting ways. It's like, you just, it doesn't work anymore. So, but in order for this idea to work, it has to be interesting. So the fact that they... Like I said, for this idea to work, it needs to be done with some nuance. But because this is just being done with the simplicity that I've said that the Tale series does excel in, it just is annoying. Because I'm like, okay, no, you need something deeper. Like, again, you could make an argument Tales of Berseria kind of did this idea, but did it a little better. Now, Tales of Berseria, it isn't literally let's wipe out all of humanity to make the world better. It was let's remove humanity's ability to feel. Because humans' greedy feelings, greedy emotions, dark feelings, dark emotions or whatever, is what leads to pain. So the end goal was not let's just wipe out humanity, it's let's strip humanity of everything that makes it unique by stripping away their ability to have wants, desires, and emotions. Again, it's hardly high art by any means, but it's this concept, but done with a little nuance. Because again, it's not just a simple, let's kill humans. But again, it's another part of the reason why I really hate the final villain in Vesperia, because the main villain, again, the final antagonist of Vesperia, the main villain throughout, the character who I consider to be the main villain of Vesperia, you defeat 2/3 of the way through the game. Now, you could argue the final antagonist uses people like him as a justification for why humanity needs to die. Well, fair enough. It's just, I still need more from the person I'm actually fighting. And it's just not that deep. Yeah, this is gonna be, I just realized, yeah, I started streaming 2 hours late. That's why I'm like, I'm gonna go longer. But it's also like, I can beat it, so I want to beat it today, you know? So, yeah, we're gonna go long just because I want to beat it. Oh, I'm dead. Sorry. I was texting Abby while just kind of button mashing, and it clear. Apparently that. Oh, and I'm dead again. That apparently was a mistake. No, not the all divide. Fuck. It's the second time this has happened. I got one more all divide. Fuck. All divides are really goddamn rare. I am not giving the best performance. Let's just say that. Yeah, unfortunately, again, revisiting... Because, again, I mentioned I've only actually played through the F arc a single time. Because, like, I've played through the main story twice, but only the F arc once. And unfortunately, revisiting it has left my opinion of this game a little less than it was. I still like the F arc for the character bits. I feel the character stuff is written better, but this villain sucks. I mean, I also like the stuff with Asbel and Lambda, and the stuff with Sophie. I want to be clear, Sophie's story in a bubble is fine. It's just this villain is not good. How many more of these do we have to kill anyway? I'm sorry, but I'm not an alien. I do not need to rejoin no stars. I would like to use... Wait, why can't I use... I'm stoned. That's the problem. Yeah, I purposely phrased it that way. What of it? Oh yeah, Hubert also has... I know when I said, like, Sophie, technically, like, Sophie and him are tied for healing. I'm like, that's right. Hubert has the remedy spell. So, yeah, he's got better healing and better aiding, but Sophie can resurrect. So yeah, I would say they've basically kind of evenly split Sharia's benefits between them. No. No will is being formed today. Why did I not use syrup bottles? God, I'm an idiot. Okay, next time we fight, which I think the next time we'll fight her will be the final boss, everyone is getting a syrup bottle. I'm so dumb. I keep forgetting syrup bottles are even a thing. Now, then again, that's because status conditions aren't as... Yeah, they are. Never mind. There we go. I am shocked I haven't gotten Asbel's title to get his final Mystic art.
I've never seen a more tenacious foe.
They must really hate us.
I'm still trying to figure out what Richard's sword is meant to... I mean, I get that it's got the angel wings, but the design reminds me of a specific sword. I just can't think of which one. I mean, it just kind of looks like Fierce Deity's blade.
We must destroy all humanity.
Guys, I'm not sure we should keep fighting them.
We kind of don't have a choice, Sharia.
It's starting to feel wrong.
I agree. The fight feels wrong to me as well.
She's still trying to kill us. She's attacking us. I don't No, we're just trying to really drive the message home.
We're not here to destroy Foda. We just want to let it know that humans can change.
Yeah, that's... yeah.
And that we're not the same as we were 1,000 years ago.
Asbel. Okay, everyone. Let's get to the core.
Sorry, guys, more. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. Okay, where was I? Yeah, focus on that one. Yeah, Malik, again, he's the most underutilized character, I'd say. But, well, there's a reason for it, unfortunately. He's yeah. Sorry. Like I said, I've gone nearly 2 hours past when I normally stream on Saturdays. So unfortunately, my other obligations and social obligations and whatnot are reaching out and messaging, you know, which I don't have a problem with that. It's just part of the reason why I gotta stop, fire off a message here and there, or respond to a message here and there. Okay, we're close. Yeah, I know I could maybe benefit from some last-minute experience, but oh boy. We're close. Let's get through this. Sorry, something I have also kind of realized revisiting the Tales games as an adult is they're not as... their design is less conducive for an adult to sit down and play for hours at a time, you know? It does kind of make you get the feeling of, I just want to be done. I just want to get through this, you know? So, I can concede that, well, I will probably always consider this to be my favorite series of all time. It's not the most replayable series of all time, and my love and my desire to replay them is nostalgia. But they do work better in shorter sittings, I have come to realize. It's like, take something like Mass Effect or Dragon Age. Well, I love Dragon Age. I maybe would put it in my top 10 favorite series of all time. I'd put Mass Effect in my top 3 favorite series of all time. The others being the Tales series and probably Paper Mario. Well, I don't know if I can put the Paper Mario series in my favorites of all time, since I only truly love 2 of them. And then Bug Fables. I know I shouldn't include Bug Fables in that, but I'm going to. But Mass Effect and Paper Mario, at least the first 2, I can play this for hours in a row.
As a daughter, it's now my responsibility to carry...
If Asbel is your father, does that make Sharia your mother?
Yes. And Pascal is my big sister, and the captain is my grandfather. Hubert used to be my big brother, but if I'm Asbel's child, I guess he's my uncle now.
I see.
So you can be my new big brother, Richard.
Who, me? Your big brother, is it?
Well done, sire. You're the last to join the family and still nabbed the best position.
Would you like me to massage your shoulders for you, Grandpa?
Oh, that would be lovely, grandson.
Isn't it great? We're all one big family.
That makes Richard, Asbel's son too.
A little to the right there, Sonny.
Your shoulders sure are stiff, Grandpa.
Ooh, you're getting a little rough there, Sonny.
Your bones.
Again, I do really like just the sarcastic and kind of antagonistic relationship those two adopt. I think I'm about as prepared as I can be. Okay. Let's do this. No turning back. You and I were on the attack. Or is it no looking? I don't give a fuck. We're no turning back. Final boss time, and we're winning.
So this is Fodra's core.
It's so much bigger than Ephinius.
Look, they're all here.
Child of Fodra, come to me. Take my hand and we will live in peace. Together. I will. All of us will become one with you.
But I am not you. I am Sophie Lant.
Sophie?
Asbel gave me the name. And I will treasure it forever.
You aid humans, child of Fodra? Very well then. The choice is made. Very well then. The choice is made. I will let you die with them!
Now, I do... Okay, never mind.
You humans commit crimes against life itself.
I was about to say I like this design because I liked the hair, I like the face, it's more mature, but I forgot how sexy lingerie it actually was.
To keep all of the life upon them in balance. It's their natural order of protection.
What's she doing? I can hear her. It's like she's speaking.
She... Okay, there we go. I was about to say, I'm like, she is speaking.
Humans are not content with harmony.
Because looking at her, I'm like, she looks like... What's her name? Palantena from the Kid Icarus series, just in lingerie. Then again, maybe they wanted to make her look a little more like Emerald.
We're gonna be okay.
You have committed countless sins, and your lives are the coin by which sins are repaid.
I don't really like this design at all.
Lambda.
Even I cannot hold her off for very long.
Don't worry. Just leave the rest to us, okay?
I'm sure that we can reach an understanding with Fodra.
Through violence!
We'll show her the power of a dream.
I dreamed a
If we can trust Lambda,
on times gone
then we can convince Fodra to trust us.
Oh, I don't like this. Yeah. I'm kicking myself for saying it's like, I think I do actually like this character design. No, nope. So much nope. All right. Okay, I'm not doing anything until everyone gets a syrup bottle. Oh, shit. Sophie's already got a status ailment. Okay, I'm not doing anything else until everyone else at least gets a syrup bottle. Oh, wait, no, she's got the same status as... Okay, maybe she was able to apply that. Maybe she's able to apply that to herself or something? I don't know. Everyone's got a syrup bottle. That's good. Now, I don't remember if she has multiple phases or not. Because I remembered Lambda not having multiple phases, and then thankfully did. But we'll see. Oh, yeah, she's called... Oh, she's weak to B arts. Let's focus on B arts. Hey, I can do Frozen. Yes, I can. Oh, I just realized... Oh, shoot. I probably should have charged Elf Mixer. Can I still do that? No. Fuck. I should have charged the Elf Mixer. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I know it sounds weird. This is the final boss of the final arc. I'm saying I want to hold off on the All Divide, but if I end up doing the zone cage, I mean, because I'm thinking, I don't know if I'm actually going to stream the zone cage, because we're at a good stopping point. I mean, we've gone past my usual stopping point today. And as much as I kind of wanted to show the other guest characters, I can live without doing that, because they're not really story relevant. Yeah, I just think beating her, wrapping things up, and then moving on to the next game is just what I think I'm going to do. But I still might do the zone cage in my own time, just because I've never really done the zone cage, you know? And that might be just something I do for fun. So if that's the case, I think I might want to keep at least a All Divide for that, because, I mean, fuck, you guys saw me do, like, the one level of the zone cage. That was brutal. Right, she's weak to freeze. I need to not use Diabolic Rage, use this. Okay, yeah, that does work. Still, I've only got 9 more, but I might kind of just want to be like, okay, these work. So I don't want to get too crazy, because hourglasses aren't the most common items either. Wow, she is beefy. Oh, I did not know that we were in the... Yeah, we can't. That's right. And the other benefit of that meter is that it lets us use a mystic art. I'm still shocked I never got Asbel's. Like, I seem to just remember, like, unlocking it just by playing this, but no, I never got the title for it. What's up with that? Oh, did she roll her flower up into a lance? That is crazy kinds of creative, and I kind of love it. You know, it's kind of funny. Sophie's statement there, it's like, Asbel's the one who gave me my name, and I'll cherish it always. It kind of reminds me of Tales of Berseria. And I do mean this in a good way. Because in Tales of Berseria, there's the best scene in the game where Laphicet's basically, you know, just trying to get Velvet to, you know, want to be alive or whatever. One of the oh no, she's weak to A arts in this one. Got it. But he said it's like you gave me a name when I was a number. Again, it's not exactly what, you know, Sophie said, but it has similar sentiment. And I'm like, I can get behind that. Sorry, the reason I'm focusing on Demon Fang instead of Frostbreaker or whatever it's called is because I don't know. It's like for whatever reason Frostbreaker wasn't like hitting her. He was too far away or something. Oh my god. Mystic Art. Okay, I'll take it. It was a Mystic Art, so it didn't go to waste. So I will take it. Oh shit. You're not an Aquarius. I looked at your horoscope. You're clearly a Gemini. And I think that would be it. Oh shit. Shit. Someone use an elixir on Sharia and now. Now, thank God. There we go. That was horrifying. Okay. Demonic. Hopefully with my guard up, I'll be okay. At least more okay. More okay is subjective in this case. Wait. Right, I died. So my syrup bottle's not working anymore. Area ASAP. you're down. Oh my good gravy. I don't want to go too crazy with the elixirs just because, again, I may need some of them for my, if I do the zone cage on my own time. Oh my fucking god. Someone use a Mystic Art. Someone use a Mystic Art. Okay, fuck it. No. Elixir. Choice. I think I kind of screwed us over by accidentally switching control. Not what I was trying to do. I'm gonna have to use the alt. Yep. Wrong person. Actually, I just realized something. Like, I've constantly kind of compared this game to Tales Symphonia 2 because they were both released on the Wii. But I also always make, wait a second. Both of those games are those are the two Tales games that Laura Bailey voices the main female character. I'm pretty sure that is a coincidence. Well, no, it's very likely that it's like, hey, we've already got you here to record this one character. Can you do another one? Sorry, it was just Laura Bailey's Sharia's chanting right there kind of reminded me, like, wait, that reminds me of one of Marta's spells that she chants in Symphonia 2. maybe I can't go Mystic Art because it wasn't at max. I'm now really pissed about accidentally wasting my all divides and other fights because now I'm not going to have any for the zone rage. I'm getting those deleted. I don't care if she's almost dead. Like, we were holding on by like a hair not too long ago. I am not taking any chances in this fight.
Shining blade of triumph.
God damn it! When we're still in Overburst, how the fuck did you do that? Why can't I move? I did not keep my syrup bottle stocked because thought fuck you. My thought process was like, I'm only really going to use like one per fight. Again, I really have to wonder if this F-Arc does have like a level scaling system in this version of the game that wasn't in the original, you know? Because I remember beating the F-Arc when I played it on the PlayStation 3, but I didn't have the ×5 experience like I do now, you know? It's like, how is it I have that and I'm still struggling this badly, you know? I hope you can see both of these fingers because I'm flipping them off as hard as I can. Please, God, say there's no phase 2. Holy Jesus. If there's a phase 2, I cannot. I'm going to lose. It's as simple as that.
Die. Die, humans. Die! I must keep Foda safe. I must.
Oh, this is bad! If she absorbs the core's Aleph, she'll regain all her strength!
Lambda! Now!
Lambda.
Here we go!
You know it's serious because we've gone deep, voice Asbel. Convenient how Lambda was able to absorb Fodra's Eleth in an instant, but they gave us plenty of time to stop him from absorbing our planets.
Where are we?
Welcome. We are inside Fodra's consciousness.
Asbel?
No, I am Lambda.
Where's Asbel?
At ease, Protos Haste. No need to rush to conclusions. He is still alive. Unfortunately, even with my ability, I was unable to absorb all of Fodra. However, it did not end in failure. I was able to capture her heart, the part of her overrun by hate. The core should now return to normal, and in time regain its composure. Considering the way things ended, it may have been Fodra's own will to protect what precious life remains here. For now, I think it's best if I try to speak with her.
Who?
With the heart of Fodra, her animosity continues to swirl within me. I hope to understand her hatred, to melt it away, and eventually change it into trust. Who knows how long it may take? This could last a century or two, but we have the luxury of time.
That's so long. Does that mean that you will be alone all that time?
I no longer consider myself alone in this world. Not with a friend who can live forever.
Me?
Watch over me as time goes by, Protos Haste. Please, watch over my progress. I will start dreaming, together with Fodra. In that dream, I hope that eventually we may form a kind of common understanding. Just as this man did for me. When we finally wake up, I think I would like to accompany her on a long journey and see the world. Now the time has come. I shall return Asbel to you.
Asbel!
Sophie.
Lambda. He said he was going to dream with Fodra.
Yeah. That's what I heard.
Asbel, are you okay?
Yeah. I think so.
Why are you crying?
From this point on, I must fight alone, all by myself, against the humans that would destroy us.
You don't have to fight anymore. Everyone here understands just how you feel. Please believe me, your dream will live on. It will be treasured and passed down among their children. Come with me and we can watch over them, you and I together.
Together. I think I'm out of time now. Will you take what's left of me with you? Please. Take my feelings and my hopes for this world. Let it know how I felt.
Little Queen.
Sophie! Sophie. You're crying.
The little queen gave me all of her tears.
Oh, the lip syncing's awful.
When Fodra is green once again, let's come back to see it. Together. Again. Everyone, let's go home. To Affinia.
Okay. I know there's more coming, but I have some mixed feelings about this ending now that I've done it again.
Pascal, are you sure you want to be dropped off here?
Heck yeah! I want some time to take a look around the city.
You're going to investigate and see how the new Valkanist system is working. Is that correct?
Uh-huh, you got it. It would be totally irresponsible not to follow up.
You're not wrong.
I know we take it for granted, but Pascal is really amazing.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, and don't you forget it. Keep those compliments coming.
Ahem. Aren't you forgetting something, little sister?
Huh?
came to see me! See you? Yeah, right. I could smell you from a mile away. How many days has it been since your last bath?
I kinda forgot.
No, I give up. I refuse to look after you anymore. Anyone want to take a stray cat off my hands?
Hey, let me go!
Sorry, but I am more of a dog person, actually.
Better scrub her down, just like you would a stray cat.
Amusingly, so Hubert and Pascal are the guest characters in Tales of Hearts.
Go easy on me, okay? Meow.
They're actually wearing cat outfits for some stupid reason.
You don't need my help to take a bath.
Jeez, little bro, you're scarier than Fourier.
Stop calling me that. My name is Hubert. Can't you remember that?
Okay. Hey, I know, I'll call you Hugh.
Hugh?
Okay, guys, I gotta run. See you later, Hugh.
This is goodbye from me, too.
Thank you for everything, Captain Malik. You too, Pascal.
Goodbye, everyone.
Until then.
Bye, guys. See you around.
It takes a lot of energy to tame a stray cat.
She doesn't need to be tamed.
So hang in there.
But I get what you're saying.
See you around.
Don't forget to swing by Launt. Mom would love to see you.
Don't worry. Besides, I'm sure I'll be back for your wedding.
What?
Don't tell me that. You still haven't talked to the poor girl.
Like you're one to talk.
At least I tried to talk to her. She just didn't really get what I said.
Then it's no different.
Those two are so much alike, in the strangest of ways.
How are they alike?
Don't worry, you'll understand someday. Sharia,
Yes?
your relief work has been invaluable to us. However, I wouldn't want you to lose sight of your own happiness. It would be most tragic if an angel of joy, such as yourself, decided to abandon her own contentment. And besides, your happiness is Sophie and Asbel's happiness as well.
Thank you, Richard.
I just wouldn't feel right if I moved on and left you behind.
I don't know. You kind of sound like a sore loser.
Tell her how you feel. if you don't want to end up being a total loser.
Oh, touche.
Well, all right then. I think that's my cue to leave.
Bye-bye, Hubert.
Thank goodness you're safe, my lord.
I apologize for making you worry. This latest excursion reminded me all the more of how precious peace is. I want to build a future for Windor, for Affinia, and for Foda. There is more than enough prosperity to go around now. But I still have much to learn before I make that dream a reality. When peace is restored, I'd like to see more of the world. Asbel, Sophie, when that time comes, will you accompany me on that journey?
Of course.
Sure. You know it. Whenever you're ready, we can all meet once again at Lawn Hill.
Okay.
I do find it
All right,
interesting
I must be off.
that even though Lambda is
Thank
supposed to
you
be sleeping with Foda,
for everything.
Asbel still has like the glowing circle in his left eye, which I took to meant that was a sign that Lambda was awake.
Well, I suppose I should get back to my relief work.
Oh. Yeah, right. Good luck out there.
Well, bye.
Give him a push, Sophie.
Asbel, what about your promise?
Sharia. I know I'm always really bad with words, but please, if it's okay with you, I want you to come live with me. I know you have a lot of things to do, so I won't ask you to come back immediately. I'll be the one, waiting for you to come back home this time. Sophie and I will wait, for as long as it takes, all right?
Asbel.
Sharia, last night, I had the strangest dream. I was playing with a child that looked a lot like both of you. And after a while, I finally figured out who he was. He was you and Asbel's great-great-grandson.
Tell me, Sophie, would you be happy if that dream came true?
Will it come true?
Well, it just might.
I would be so happy if that really came true.
That's good. Sophie, Asbel. When I come home, I'm gonna make you all of your favorite foods, but only if you promise to heat everything up. Deal?
That's a weird thing, but... You're gonna get married, Mom and Dad. That's kind of what I meant when we beat the main story, that the F arc kind of recontextualizes the ending of the game. Because, like, I'm pretty sure in the base story, that was supposed to just be Asbel and Sharia's son. But, okay, so revisiting the F arc. I don't like the main villain very much. She's not nuanced. It's very clear to me that they had her there and they had her merge with Sophie to kind of basically do what Lambda did with Asbel. It's very clear to give Sophie a similar situation of taking someone inside, you know, just, words. Again, didn't like the villain. I did not like that final dungeon. I know there was supposed to be a way of, like, deactivating those status ailments. At least I'm pretty sure there was. I could be completely talking out my ass. F arc was not long enough for Lambda's arc. I appreciate what they were going for, of Lambda being like, hey, you helped me, I want to help them sometime in the future. But the arc wasn't long enough, and it is kind of sad to be like, now Lambda's not going to ever be able to fully experience the world with Asbel for his whole life or whatever. It's not bad. I guess just what I'm really saying is that outside of some great character interactions, the F arc doesn't enrich the game in the way that I remembered it doing. I do think I missed the side, so you probably do not remember her at all, but she's like the Knight Commander of Windor, who was kind of kicked out, who has a thing for Malik, but he's just too far up his own butt, or, well, it's more he can't fully open himself up to love again after what happened. I'm pretty sure we were supposed to be able to see her at the resort or whatever, but I don't remember how to trigger that, and it just is what it is, you know? So, yeah, I will say, revisiting this one, like, when I revisited Symphonia, I was aware of most of its shortcomings, but I still was able to enjoy it despite that. Revisiting this one, I guess I wasn't as aware of some of its shortcomings, and unfortunately, it did take a bit of a hit for me. Not that I dislike it, I still would say I like it quite a bit, but I can't rank this one as high as I once did, I don't think. Plus, I got mixed feelings, because again, I really feel the context of that ending cutscene of adult Sophie with the child was to be like, she became, now that she didn't need to destroy Lambda, she became more human and aged, and just kind of was like an older sister to Sharia and Asbel's biological children. I don't fully know if I love this idea of her now being kind of an immortal guardian of Asbel and their family, you know? I don't hate it. I want to be very clear about that. But I can't outright say I love it either. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, this kind of almost looks like a wedding scene if you don't know the context. Since Sophie is in white, they're standing out on a cliff, they're holding their hand with it. Yeah, if you didn't know any better. Plus, again, at the end of the game, they show that they added Lambda to the Friendship Pact. What's kind of sad
promise.
now...
I'll watch over this world forever.
Yeah, I don't hate this outcome for Sophie. I just don't know if I like it better than what I felt they were implying
Once
originally.
there was a young boy who discovered a lost seed. He planted it in his yard, and he took care of it every day. Over time, the lost
the sad
seed
thing is
grew up
because
and
Lambda's now
blossomed
asleep with
into a beautiful
Foda,
flower.
he'll never
What
actually be
do
able to
you
see
think happened to
Asbel
the
and
seed
Richard
after
before they
that?
pass away. Sure,
It turned into a bright, shining star that watched over everyone.
he'll be reunited with
This was its way
Sophie,
of
sure.
thanking the boy who had been so very kind to it. Which star was it? Well, it's the one we all know best.
I do think it's a
Our
little...
favorite star of all.
I do think it's a little odd that they just replay this scene wholesale. I get that it's supposed to play again to recontextualize that this is long after Sophie and Sharia have passed away. And it's to show that Sophie is still doing well, despite, okay. Yeah, if I... That's what I thought. Yeah, it remembers... Yeah, still don't have... So yeah, it remembers where I saved before we started. But we do get to keep all the stuff we gained in the F arc. Again, for whatever reason, I didn't unlock Asbel's other mystic art. I don't get that. Like, I really don't get that. Anyway, that was Tales of Grace's F Remastered. It hasn't aged as well as I remembered it. I think that's why I really do hope that the Xillia games get a remaster, because those are games that I do remember. Because, like, again, I guess I was aware of a lot of its shortcomings. I mean, hell, I flat out said that it had major pacing issues that hurt it hard. But I still remembered liking it. Well, I do remember genuinely that Xillia they're really good. Anyway, I believe the next game I'm going to stream, I think I have made it clear, is going to be a Sonic game. I haven't decided definitively which one, but I will be streaming a Sonic game next. And then after that, I'll be streaming Dragon Age 2. And then, yeah. Sorry, I'm kind of processing all this since it sadly did not live up to my memory. So I'm a little sad. But yeah, I'm not sure when, but I'll see you guys then. Bye-bye.